Hello, everybody. That was whatever. Hello. Hi. Let me turn this down. Welcome. Hello. I'm just turning it on early today because I'm eating anyway. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
I can't believe I got called out about not having put my washing away Smixel locks.
Pixel sounded like she was doing something bad. Bye, Dan. 40 months. Can't believe I got called out for not having put my washing away. I'm spying on you. It's my revenge. For being a public figure on the internet, I just pretend I'm spying on everybody else. Look what my friend got me. They are poodle chopsticks from Japan. Isn't that nice? Isn't that just like so cool? Awkward. Why is it awkward? Wow. Aren't they so cool?
This is a full-blown house deposit, so
29 months
Louis? Are they made out of poodle? Well, we'd hope not. Made out of the same stuff as Louis's brain, potentially. Sorry. Is that rude? Teehee. Teehee. How do I... Aha. Are they for toy poodles? Look. They have... Oh, you can't really see. But basically they have toy poodles on them. Isn't that cool? Oh, I didn't see. I literally ran in the door. So you get dinner content. I got very questionable tofu on rice. I really don't feel like the edamame beans. So the edamame are coming out. I really just want tofu and rice. Cool hair. Thanks. As you can see, I just got the roots done. But we're sticking with brown. I feel normal. And I really want to grow my hair. And this is the best way to do it. So, dinner content on a Wednesday. I know, I've had a big day. I've had a big couple of days. But I feel revitalized. And it was just, I feel like I've had a weekend. You know, like because I took 2 days off in a row, which I rarely do. And I think I should do far more often because I think it's important. I actually think that you need, I think I might have been fucking myself this whole time by not taking 2 days off in a row more often. Because, yeah, I feel really refreshed and happy and good. No way, if only someone would have mentioned this to you many times over the years. Yes, but that would require me listening. And that's very hard to do when you are always correct. You know? As somebody like me is, you know? Weekends are based, honestly... I cooked a beautiful steak and veggie dinner for my mum. And then I baked us apple and strawberry strudels. And then the next day I took Pixel to the vet, which was, again, traumatizing and expensive. And also we probably need to change these goals. Sorry. This makes me look so greedy. What the? I didn't even think. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Lol. They're from the other day. I fucked up, okay? Chad, I fucked up. Don't look. Sorry, it's so obnoxious. I'm so surprised you forgot. Look, I walked in the door. I literally walked in the door and here I am. But then, so Pixel might be diagnosed with dry eye. But I don't think she has dry eye. I think the vet was wrong. But this vet also said he doesn't think that she has a heart murmur either. So, I don't know what's fucking going on with my dog, but I'm traumatized. But she got vaccinated. She's happy. Her eye infection's cleared up. Okay. So, I walked in the door to my mother's. I'll give you the story. I walked in the door to my mother's and I bought veggies and treats and stuff. And my mum bought the steak. And my mum went to like a little boutique butcher and got us like tiny little eye fillets each. And I cooked them. And I cooked them perfectly. Hot pan, perfectly seasoned, rosemary, butter, over the top, cooked perfectly medium, a little rare, like perfectly. And my mum was very impressed. My mum was very impressed. It was like, I don't know, it was so good. And then we sat there and we watched TV on her couch and it was so lovely. And then that was the first night. And then the second night we had prawn dumplings that my mum got from some fish shop. And then I sat in the bath and I finished the fairy porn. I finished the first book, everybody. Give me a pat on the back because I am done with ACOTAR. I am on to Mist and Fury. That's right. I'm into the hardcore stuff now, my friends. And even though it was such a slog, the plot picked up in the second half. I really want to like give a bit of a review, but I don't want to give any spoilers. But God, I could do the funniest unhinged review of this book. No 2-in-1 Radox. I actually raided my mum's cupboard for like fancy bath salts last night. I had a rose petal bath. I did. That's my generational wealth, chat. I had a rose petal bath. My friend spent half an hour yesterday telling me how bad ACOTAR is and now I don't want to read it. For me, the first book was a slog. There's no plot. For the first half of the book, you're like, why are you such a whingy bitch? What is going on? Anyway, I didn't like the first half of the book. Second half of the book, I don't know. How do I give a review of this without being super spoilery? It kind of gets a little Hunger Games. Kind of annoying in certain parts still with the plot, but I will read the rest. I'm looking forward to going to bed tonight and reading the next book. So, I don't know, but the first book did feel like a slog to me. P-dub, shush. I see what you're saying, but like it wasn't like that bad. Like it wasn't that kind. Although I was talking to my hairdresser about the books. And she said, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that I should be doing the second book via audiobook. But that kind of, I don't know. I feel like I would get the ick. Chat. Look. To keep your hands free, stop it. Okay. There are a lot of negatives that come with being a streamer. And this could also be a negative. But one of the skills that you get very good at is oversharing to strangers. I realized I definitely went too far once. And I realized, I was like, wow, the internet really has taken me and I am chronically online. I can't remember what exactly I said. But I was like, oh, yeah, that's an internet thing. We should probably leave that for the internet. Come here, Rice. I did see the t-shirt. Can't believe someone stole my personality. No, false. Tattoos are fine. Oversharing with your tattooist is normal. I definitely overshared with my tattooist. Getting tattooed is a very intimate experience. Like you just sit there and you talk the whole time. Hi, kiddo. Yeah, tattoos take a long time. You get to know your tattooist quite well. Why do you think so many tattooists pick up all the time? Tattooists are known for being, you know, and it's because they just sit there, listen to all their clients, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we have this intimate bond. Let's fuck. Pixel.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Just want to say that it's wonderful you're around.
Hey.
Seeing you stream has been, and facilitated a great series of experiences for me. I'm glad for these monthly shouts of grey poggies and belief in your efforts.
Landa, 58 months. Thank you so much. And what a nice thing to say. Everybody else, see that? No, I'm joking. Thank you so much. That's so nice.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
I can't follow a nice message like that.
Backos, the fact that you still come by to give me your prime 47 months later, while you have a kid, is nice enough. I know how precious your time is. And it's nice enough. Hi, Gregory. I don't know if I can eat the last bit. Louis, you probably know Leve's new song better than me.
I love people who roll on in and realize very quickly how wonderful I am.
Hey. Hey. It's tofu on rice with curry sauce. Please ignore the dono goals. I forgot to change them. I only just got back. I'm not that greedy, I swear to God. They were from my anniversary. Just ignore them. And I'm really full, and I was literally just contemplating whether or not I can finish this. How was your stream? Julia, what were you doing? Thank you for the raid. What were you cozy people up to? I don't know if I can do this. I am going to try. I'll finish for you. All right, shipping to Canada. Doesn't that look delicious? I'm sure it'll look and smell this good when it gets all the way up there. Stardew? Who are we dating? I'm actually curious. Is Julia dating anyone yet? Who'd you pick? Who'd you pick? I want to know.
Kate27 gifted a tier 1 sub to What of Julia. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Julia, that's so wholesome. I also dated Emily in my first playthrough. But then I broke up with her and started dating Alex thinking I could fix him. It was wrong of me. He sucked. I hate him. I did Emily so bad. And she made clothes. You dated Alex? I was going through an I can fix him stage. I'm really out of that now though. I'm really out of it. I don't do that anymore. There's too much good lesbian pop going around to be one of the girlies who's like, I can fix him. Do you know what I mean? Haley, your beloved wife. I do think Haley, there are lesbian edits of Haley going around. Have you seen the lesbian Stardew edits of Haley? Hey man, sometimes we can fix them. Sometimes you can. Yeah, okay, that's so funny. I've been seeing them too. And it's only because that new Chappelle Roan song is a fucking banger. Yes, we all have the same personality now because the world is so fucked up that all we do is sit on our couches and scroll memes about a game that lets us live out our dreams in a world where we're not alienated from our labor. You know what I mean? It's so fun. I know. Oh, someone will come up with a mod one day where we can like break up couples and cause chaos. Even though I'm so happy they're happy together, I would absolutely break up. Who's the one that stands there washing the dishes all the time? Jody. Poor Jody. Poor Jody. Like, as if you don't want to save
full-blown
Jody.
house deposit, so-
Oh, poor Jody. Oh. Carolyn deserves so much better. Fucking Pierre. Not spending time with the family. Douchebag. Honestly. Oh, but it's just. Caroline is so hot. Okay, so in my current playthrough of Stardew Valley, do you want to know what I did? I spent the whole of spring year 1 given Carolyn daffodils so that we could become best friends in the first season so that I would have tea plants for summer. That's right. That's right. I went to the little workout meetings. I was there handing out daffodils. And that's right. I've got tea plants growing in my current summer year 1 thing. It's very good. It's very good. But yeah, so I already went into her tea room. We're already like best friends. So yeah. But she does deserve better. But then again, her husband like works in like a retail store that's crumbling. It's up against like an Amazon. No offense. I love Amazon. I love Amazon and corporations, actually. I love them so much. Because without them, we would have nothing. We'd be so lost and sad. We'd have nothing. Well, that's why you save Emily in your first playthrough. Everybody dates Emily in their first playthrough because it's like, Queen, you can't get with Clint. You can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to be, we have to be lesbians and you have to make me clothes. Because I'm really into fashion, actually. So, yeah. Everyone's first Stardew Valley playthrough is like, I have to save Emily. And then you dump them. Look, I was going through some things. Have you watched Fallout? I'm 3 episodes into Fallout. But then I went and visited my mum. And today, chat, I visited my grandma. And my grandma is doing quite well for 90 whatever. So we had a good chat. And then I took her down to her haircut and she got her hair done. But my God, you guys, my grandma, she says some off-the-wall things. She says some things that are very off-the-wall. I'm not going to repeat them. But like, they're wild, yep, wild, yep, wild. Do you know what she said to me today? She's told me this story before, so I don't know if I've told you guys. But they used to live in this little house. Also, Kate, thank you for the 2 months. Did I just miss that entirely? What was I doing? Did I say thank you? God, I'm such a bitch. Anyway, not the point. Thank you. That's really cool. When my grandma was growing up, they lived in this house. And she was explaining that they went and visited it. And there was this new lady living there. And she invited them in for a cup of tea. And they went in and had a cup of tea or whatever and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, my grandma was telling me the story. And then she goes, but back when we used to live there, the poor next door neighbor, she'd always have a black eye. And really, when I look back now, we should have reported him. But, you know, back then, there wasn't really anything that you could do. And I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. But she was like, she'd always just have like a full, like, broken face because she was getting abused by her husband. But like the thing is, if you report them, you can make it worse for a domestic violence victim as well. And back in like the 1930s or whatever, 40s, women had nowhere to go. They had nowhere to go. And so like I'm just sitting there with my grandma and she's just telling me this and I'm like, yep, cool. Light and fluffy. Can you even do anything now? Like cops would probably high five the guy. Okay, the fact that I haven't been streaming in the last 2 days, did we see the civil judgment that got handed down where basically this guy, okay, TLDR for the people who aren't Australian, there's this girl named Brittany Higgins who came forward and she said she was raped by this man in Parliament, and her criminal trial ended up being a mistrial. And she decided not to do the trial again because she got absolutely ruined by the media for lying. It was like she got skewered by the media. She had to move countries. She couldn't go through the trial again because of her mental health. So she decided not to do it. Anyway, then the at the time alleged rapist sued the TV shows who basically reported on the story saying what he had done, and he sued them, and so for defamation. So he went into civil court to try and get a payout from these TV stations. Anyway, the judge handed down his thing and basically said, you, on the balance of probabilities, are a rapist. You raped Brittany Higgins and you did not care whether or not she consented on the balance of probabilities. Yeah. And so in Australia right now, and you know what he'd done? He was going to go on a whole believe men speaking tour. Give us the presumption of innocence speaking tour. And this judge came out and was like, and he owes $5 million. He has like $5 million in legal costs or something. So the question was, if we saw that, yeah, it was just the judgment being handed down, but like all of the news articles have been, whoa. It's a pretty, in Australia at the moment, what has been happening towards women has been so incredibly bad. Like women were targeted at this Bondi Junction stabbing, which I'm sure many of you saw, that was targeted to women. This man got so angry about, he was mentally ill, but he got so angry about not having a girlfriend that he committed an act of mass violence and killed, I think it was 5 women or 6 women and a security guard and a baby. Like, so, and not to mention Samantha Murphy got murdered recently, and another girl was found burnt in a car. It's really bad. Like, it's really bad. And then it's like this I know this is going to sound just wild, but then also a 15-year-old went and stabbed a priest in the face and it was being live streamed. It feels like things are particularly violent. And like, and I don't want to go, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it just feels like a lot. And then I go on TikTok and I see people who are like, why are you talking about this when you could be talking about that? Oh, so we care about women now that it's white women in Australia, but we don't care about any of the women in Gaza. No, we care about both. You just can't talk about all the things at once, all the time. And like, and I am so concerned that discourse on the internet has gotten to a point where it's so toxic, and it has been for a long time, but it's so toxic and filled with virtue signaling that like, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Like, I'm going on a holiday to Scotland to go rock shopping. I'm going castle shopping. Why? Because I want a fucking castle and I haven't done anything for years, right? And I have no doubt there's going to be some little person who's like, oh, why didn't you spend that money on like charity or something? And it's just that like, there's no winning. There's no winning. If you talk about the stuff, you're only allowed to talk about the stuff all the time. And I'm finding it a little bit tricky. I fucking love Scotland. I adore Edinburgh. I'm going to Edinburgh for the first time I've never been. Silio.
I didn't spend this money on charity.
That's irresponsible spending. I can't believe you have done this. I need to fix my goals because it makes me seem like a filthy capitalist. Imagine I'm the kind of streamer who could make like $1,200 a day every day. Man, that's me. I could be like a sugar mama. I could be a billionaire. I could fix things. I could fix everything. Would you trust me to fix
An
everything,
anonymous
chat?
user
I could,
gifted a
right?
tier 1 sub to
I could.
Hyphenancer.
I would do it for you. I would fix most things. Yeah, exactly. Sencha, exactly. You could fix Alex. I definitely couldn't. He's a douchebag. I hate Alex. One day you'll learn to reset after you stream. Thank you so much. Probably not. It's been this long. It's not going to happen. Anon, thank you for gifting Hyphenancer, and thanks for the follows, you guys. Welcome. Thank you so much. Men trying to, well, we all try and intellectualize, but there is a group of men who feel like the only way that they can achieve power in society is through debating lesser beings. That's right. You can debate your way into being a glorious fuckboy. Anybody else want it? Pix, can we get a sub goal for you to play Ty the Tasmanian Tiger and give your opinion about it? I mean, maybe? Wait, who's Alex? That's my ex-boyfriend from Stardew Valley. He was really into sports, but like mean to me. And I was like, what's wrong with you? I bet you have trauma. And then I was like, I can fix you. But then I was like so wrong about that situation. And it was just not worth it at all. And I regret every minute of it. So, yeah. I don't like Alex. He wants my wife. Yeah, it's giving Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And you should hold on to Taylor Swift for dear life. You know what I mean? Have you guys been seeing, there's no way any of you have been seeing all of the Taylor Swift Tortured Poets Department Easter eggs, but I have, and there's no glitter pen. There's no glitter pen. We've got something going on with the number 2. We don't know what it is, but anyway, that's 2 days. Get excited. I think Joe and I are going to do a react stream when it comes out. Because I don't think even DMCA is that bad anymore. Like, if I get live takedown for reacting to Taylor
This is a
Swift,
full-blown house deposit.
seems unlikely. Neuro. 21 months. Thank you for free willingly giving me your money on the internet. That's way too nice. Louis. I am so excited. I'm so excited. Also, if there are new people sticking around, the reason I'm running away to Scotland, and also I was pretty mentally ill at the end of last year, and I just randomly booked a ticket to Taylor Swift in Paris. So that was kind of the catalyst for me going. Oops, yeah, oops, yeah, oops. Oh, well, yeah. Woohoo! Now update your goals or you will forget. Yeah. My desk has a lot going on. It's still got these evil fucking things. Bye. I'm about to have this, which is the yummiest sparkling apple juice you've ever had in your life. I just can't get to my keyboard at the moment. Working on it though, sorry. Only Swifties have a lot going on at the moment. What? What? Friday I'm going to be a sad bitch. As opposed to every other day, Louis. Do you know what I'm going to do tonight? Make the friendship bracelets I owe everybody while we talk philosophy. I'm so deep and interesting and unique. I'm so special and so intellectual and smart and sexy and fun and cool. You should subscribe. It's really great content. Super solid stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Just joined. You are a pretty lady. On the outside. On the inside, I am a beast with talons and wings and hatred in my heart. I'm joking. I don't hate anyone. I really don't.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for supporting evil women. Support an evil woman today. That's the revolution we need. That's how we get there. Wait, I'm going to be in Scotland the same time Taylor Swift is? I don't know about that. Am I? Really? I don't think so. Do you even know when I'm going to be in Scotland? Have I even told people? Chat, I'm just taking my food to the kitchen.
False underscore I'm gifted
False,
a tier
I
1
don't
sub
think
to
that's
real
the real
Taylor
Taylor
Swift
Swift,
13.
but I really do appreciate
This is their
the
first
gifted
gift sub in the channel.
Thank you. I will be back. And I can still see it all in the air. Save the people of Gaza. Personally, I
Live Laugh Louie gifted a
absolutely
tier
want
1
the
sub
people
to
of
Katie
Gaza to
Perez
be
Placenta.
saved. You can attempt to buy eSIMs. You can donate. You can be loud about the genocide. But I completely agree with you. I don't know how you want me to do that personally, other than being as loud as I can with my platform, which I am. So, yeah. What else? War Agent, thank you, but I don't know if I've got like a super choice on those sorts of things.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Smixel piece.
50? I'm so old. I'm so old. Do you know why? Do you want to know how you know I'm old today? Because I stole my mother's little clips and they're like old lady
You
clips.
could search the world and never find such good goop. Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
I need to fix my goals. What? Agent, thank you for the 20 gifted and Strawman, 33 months and a sneaky tier 3. Thank you very much. Hold on. Let me fix this. Overlays. Agent, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Because we don't make 100 subs a day. Let's do the meaning of life. And if we do hit the sub count, you get a happy dance, which will most likely be Chappelle Roan. Because of who I am as a person right now. That is a pop main. But I'm about to be a Tortured Poets Department main. I know it in my soul. Like I just know it's gonna slap. I know it's gonna bang. It's gonna hit my soul in all of the ways it needs to hit my soul, and I am ready. Oh, I screwed this up. Edit. I'm gonna need more therapy. I am your therapy. I'm joking. I'm not therapy. I'm gonna be blasting it at work on Friday. Yeah, I don't think it comes out our time Friday, does it? When does it come out? What time does it come out Australian time?
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual.
Well, I literally only just updated the goal. But now you can have the sex number.
Force
Enjoy
underscore
it.
om gifted a tier 1 sub to Chapel Roan. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Wild. This one. All right, let's go. Look at my cool dancing outfit that I've got on today. Isn't it a vibe? All right. I will dance 3 p.m. Okay, I have to talk to Joe about that. I will dance until the end of the hype train. So if you want me to keep dancing, you keep the hype train going, but also you get one anyway. Hold on. Breakdancing. I'm not.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
That's nutty. That.
It's fine, it's cool. You can say that we are nothing, but you know the truth. And guess I'm the fool with their arms out like an angel through the car sunrail. I don't wanna call it art.
I got? A minute 17. Let's also do this one.
I bet we were a couple bugs just living in the mud, happily in love doing bug stuff. I think I met you in a store in 1944.
That song was tied to a star meme.
While you went off to the war, and we could have been two birds. No, wouldn't that be
This is
so
Peach PRC.
absurd?
You'll like it.
Maybe just lost lovers that keep getting rediscovered. I think I loved you before, back when we were dinosaurs. I wanna stay in love in this life and the next one. I think we've already met somewhere another planet. I wanna stay in love in this life and the next one. I loved you before, I loved you before, I loved you in this life and the next one. Baby, you loved me on a trip, two pirates on a ship, counting out our gold as the boat tipped. Could we have been there drinking wine in medieval times, laughing in a castle with our glasses intertwined? Two complementary colors, the winter, the spring, and summer. Forever just lost lovers that keep getting rediscovered. I think I loved you before, back when we were dinosaurs. I wanna stay in love in this life and the next one. I think we've already met somewhere another planet. I wanna stay in love in this.
I don't know. Pop is pretty sapphic at the moment. Like, it's all bops. Like, some of it's relatable, some of it's not relatable, but, like, they're all bops. Between Renee Rapp, Peach, Chappelle Roan. Like, there's just so many. Like, that's very minimal. Like, there's so many more than that. Anyway, this is my favorite. Sparkling Fuji apple juice. It's not great for you. It definitely has, what's that, bad sugar? I don't know, but it's really good. I think it's called corn syrup. I think it's from America. I think it's called corn syrup. I think it's with corn. Carbonated water, sucrose, citric acid, apple juice, sucrose? Yeah, high fructose corn syrup, I think. Yeah. Biden, thank you for the 100 bits. Wallach, thank you for gifting Sam. Agent, thank you for the 1,500 bits and all of the subs. 40 subs. Stop. War Agent, thank you for the 18 subs as well. Oh, did I count wrong? Was it 10? Did 8 come through first? Or was then 10 too? I don't know. I can't count. 18? You're wild. Thank you so much. Wait, I thought Coke used sugarcane. Just thrown in Australia. Coke doesn't do high fructose corn syrup. We just have regular sugar here. That's why Coke tastes better in Australia. In America, Coke's fucked. In Australia, chef's kiss. So good. Yeah, it depends on where you're having Coke as to what the ingredients are. But yeah, I don't think this is imported, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, from Singapore. But it's really good. Coke with lime slaps. You can get Mexican Coke. Actually, I tried this brand because I went to like a boutique supermarket to, you know, the lollies I showed on my Instagram story last night. I went to a boutique supermarket and I got like boutique cola and boutique lollies when I was buying vegetables to cook for my mum. And it was really yummy. It kind of tasted like beer, but like cola beer. I would drink it again. Oh, Mexican Coke is the same as Australian Coke? Ah, I see. Mostly I'm just really proud of myself for finishing that first book last night because I had to fight to get through a few of the middle chapters and then I couldn't put it down and I read the whole thing. So it was 10 out of 10. Haha, Blong. I see what you did there. Honestly, there's a lot of things that taste a bit funky in America that you don't know taste funky if you're American, but if you're not American, they taste funky, like Hershey's. Hershey's, it's not good, guys. But if you're American, you're like, delicious. This is great. Bread tastes like cake. Vegetables taste like water. Eggs are fluorescent yellow, which is weird. Sam. Ever since you said our bread is too sweet, I was like, you're fucking right. You should try making your own, Vox. You can turn into one of the bread people. I've lived in America my whole life. I live 1 hour from the Hershey plant. It tastes like crap. Well, at least you know. But like, yeah, it's not good. Do you know what else tastes bad? And I feel really guilty about this one. Twizzlers. Like you can get raspberry like licorice straps here in Australia that taste like crack. They're so good. Twizzlers, bad. Twizzlers, the bad raspberry strap. Eggs are normal actually. If you feed your chickens corn a lot, yolks turn hella bright orange to orangey red. I witnessed it in EU too. No, the eggs are normal. Yes, but you also wash them, which really doesn't do well for their shelf life. Eggs in America are weird. We have really natural eggs here, and the yolk is really, really, really orange. But yes, obviously, the reason the yolks in America are fluorescent yellow is because of all the corn. Oh, no. See, I disagree, Sam. I think American cheese is one of the only things that America gets right. It's disgusting, it's plastic, but it fucks. I disagree. I will shit on America until the cows come home. I really will, right? It's bad. But that plastic cheese, that is some crack. That is the closest you can get to crack cocaine without, doing a drug. It's good stuff. It's delicious. It's delicious. I like the fake cheese. Our raspberry flavored confectionery technology is far above America's. I actually agree, Eric. It's true. Australia is premier in the land of the raspberry flavoring. I don't know what that sentence was. Ignore me. Numb trash. I like our fake grape flavor. I also like fake grape flavor. Was that English? It was my special English, the one that will be implemented in my very special castle that I'm going to go buy soon. So get on board. You will have to understand it if you would like to join my little luxury gay space communism castle at any point. You will have to speak my language because I am authoritarian in certain respects. So it's okay. You can speak other languages too, but you have to be able to speak Pixel English. There will be a test. It's like it's the citizenship test, actually. No, because you know my language. Nope. Picks tanky out. No, I'm not a tanky. I'm authoritarian in the sexy way, not in the problematic way. Is it a song night tonight? Yeah, but not till later. We're doing philosophy. While you're on your castle real estate tour, you should check out Wales. If I had money, I would have done all of the UK and Greece. I tried to make it work, but it would not have worked because I can't afford to leave my dog for that long. Yeah, I was thinking we'd do some more sun stuff. As long as you stay out of the Nordics, yeah. I'm not visiting any of my mods. That would be a disaster, obviously. No, I tried to fit in Denmark and Sweden as well, but I was breaking all my own rules, and I am old, okay? I'm old. I'm decrepit. I am 1 foot away from becoming a nun, all right? And the way that I want to travel is not 2 days here, get on a plane, 2 days here, get on a plane, 2 days here, get on a plane. It's not an enjoyable experience. So I did my budget, and I had to make some choices. I'm definitely getting on 1 train, 2 trains. I'm going to be on 2 trains. I love trains. What's the only reason you haven't traveled overseas on your own yet? Emmy, I'm doing it. What made you visit Scotland? War Agent, it's been my dream for like a very long time. It has been a meme on the channel for a very long time. Like somebody even years ago bought me one of those like scam pieces of land. Which is so stupid. But yeah. Mainly wanting to stay in the same place for longer, and financially that's more difficult. Yeah. Financially it's more difficult to go more places, but I'm doing a tour of Scotland, probably with a whole lot of retired couples. I'm not doing like a let's get pissed, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go tour. I'm doing a let's leisurely stroll around some ruins kind of tour. And I think it will be really fun. You're going to Scotland with your dad? That's so exciting. Retired couples get pissed too. Imagine. Do you think they're going to include me? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going into. Like, it could be a bunch of like solo travelers, it could be couples. I don't know. I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see. Me and my girlfriend noticed there seemed to be a lot of gay women in Edinburgh. Honestly, the vibes were 10 out of 10. Doing Glasgow and Edinburgh, but I had to change my itinerary because Taylor Swift is in town. Wait, when is Taylor Swift in town? Is this why my accommodation has been fucked? Wait, hold on. When is Taylor Swift in... Sorry, that's very bright. Oh no, I'm out before Taylor Swift is in. I'm out. I'm out before Taylor Swift is in. Send us itinerary. I would never do that. I literally have 3 different stalkers, and you think I'm gonna like hand out my itinerary? That's a terrible idea. The fuck? No, chat. Vacation to me has always been going places and looking at interesting things. Vox, to me, traveling, there are 2 things. Landscapes and historical sites and food. I understand that's 3 things, but I put like landscapes and historical sites together because it's the same thing. But it's landscapes, historical sites, and food. And through both of those things, you tend to like meet the people as well. But those are the 2 things for me. Good save. I'm very good at math. I'm actually really smart. I've been covering the news for a really long time. And so I got really, really, really smart. And you're actually in the presence of a genius. Like I'm a bit of a late blooming genius, but I am there now. And I am good at counting, so... You're doing London, Glasgow, Loch Ness, Edinburgh, Manchester, Bath. You're doing more than me. I really wanted to go to Bath as well, but it was too far. It was too far. But that's so fun, 300. I will let you know how I go in those places as well, so that you have an idea. Bath is so fucking bougie, is it? Damn. Well... I'll have to go back one day. Oh, that's so fun, Vox. Slovakia is actually a pretty cool place. I have never been there. I just realized I've only ever accidentally gotten lost in Slovenia, not Slovakia. I spent almost a whole week just in Edinburgh. I do not have a whole week in Edinburgh, but hopefully I can get a decent amount done in the time that I'm there. It is crazy historic. You are quite right. Being Australian, there is... It feels pretty interesting to go to Europe because there's so much turmoil. There's so many time periods of history where you can perceive so many different time periods. It's really different to what it's like to live in Australia and witness Australian history. We did have the Great Emu War. We did have that. And we do have like the oldest population, right? The oldest recorded civilization at 66,000 years or something like that. Hi, Arbelin. Welcome on in. How you doing? The oldest continuous civilization. Wow. Hi, Famis. Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. My brother is potentially visiting Spain for a religious pilgrimage. Whereabouts is that in Spain? I have been to Barcelona. And I would say 10 out of 10 bread, 10 out of 10 little green peppers, 10 out of 10 because I didn't get mugged. Weather was pleasant, but it smells bad. Barcelona. I think it's just fine in English to say Barcelona. I haven't got the full details, but it definitely is the Catholic parts. Well, you could go and see some of the churches. Okay, I will say this. Historical religion, I'm kind of into. Like, as a figment of history, I love going into the churches. I loved going to the Vatican. I love doing that shit. What I am not a fan of is its current nature. The architecture is sexy and fun. I love, very cool. Like if I could have like a churchy looking house, I would. In fact, the housewarming I went to recently was like full churched out and it was vibes. You just find that like for a decent portion of history, religion was social control. Religion was community. Religion was the basis of all society. So it's not really possible to go on any historical tours that don't include religion as a fundamental part of all of it, you know? I hope I get to see some of the pagan stuff in Scotland. I really do. I hope I get to see some of the pagan stuff. I'll try not to fuck with like the Fae or anything like that. Are the Fae in Scotland or are they in Ireland? 300 low. Now we have ads as social control. We have ads. We have there's lots at the moment. The Fae can travel. Okay, that's good to know. Is your visit a guided tour? Parts of it are a guided tour, yes. Not all of it, but parts of it are a guided tour. I think I might even book a tour one day in Edinburgh as well. Because like one day I'll do myself because I've got a lot of places that I want to go. But then I was thinking one day I might just book a tour around the city as well. Mainly because you also then do it with other people and it's a safer way to travel as just a girl, you know? No, it's just where I'm absolutely doing Edinburgh. My whole trip is planned. There's just a few things that I haven't quite planned, like where I feel like eating and stuff. You have a little Scot heritage? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. No? It just calls to me. I don't know what it is. It's maybe the fucking bagpipes. I don't know. Maybe it's a marketing campaign. Maybe I got scammed by Tourism Scotland. I don't fucking know. But it's been years now. And every time I watch a TikTok of Scotland, I cry. Has nothing to do with kilts. I don't know. Maybe it was early exposure to Braveheart. It's the sexy slight danger of the moors. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Have you seen Danny Boy's Visitor's Guide to Scotland? No. I hope I have a great time too. Oh, if it's Braveheart, you're going to be disappointed. I'm joking. Lol. Kept crying for Scotland? What the British fucking did to the clans. I do cry for Scotland. I don't know, you guys. Maybe I was one of Henry VIII's brides in a previous life. Who knows? Who knows? The grass is always greener on the opposite side of the planet. Okay, to be fair, Scotland does have very green grass. Henry VIII is English, though. Wasn't one of his brides Scottish? I don't know. I could be making it up. I don't fucking know. I did see the musical, but I can't remember. All I know is he was pretty bad to all of them. It's amazing how many Scottish people come out of the woodwork when I'm like, I'm going to Scotland. All of a sudden, everyone's from Scotland. I see how it is. There was this show on the CW that I don't know if anybody watched. It was called Reign. REIGN. And it was also really good. Okay, I get it. Chat Scottish. I get it. You're all Scottish. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Welcome on in, you guys. Thanks for the follows. I saw it there, but I didn't watch it. I loved it. I loved it. I've realized I've now consumed a lot of stuff. You know, a lot of that location of the world is a lot of the media that I have consumed. It is PG-13 tutors. Kind of, but it's not like it has its sexy moments. It has its sexy moments. I haven't watched The Tudors. Should I watch The Tudors? I watched Downton Abbey. You know. Like I'm also going to have my little Elizabeth Bennet moment. You know, standing on a cliff somewhere. It's going to be great. You don't understand. I have a list. I have a list of shit that's going to happen. All right? I'm manifesting it. All right? I'm going to make one of the older retired couples that I'm on this tour with at one point. I'm going to be like, I'm going to take the best photos of you, but could you also help me? And just stand here for a second. I'm going to climb that hill. And then I'm going to stand on a cliff. I'm not going to jump off. But then they will film me standing on the cliff. And it's going to be my cute little Elizabeth Bennet moment. Okay? It's going to be great. Get ready. It's going to be so fun. I assume you have a spreadsheet. I don't have a spreadsheet. I have a mental schedule. I have a little schedule. I have a calendar. Do you think you can hire a man to wear a white shirt and emerge from a lake? I don't know. Should I joke with the bus driver? I don't know what kind of tour guide I'm getting. But I'll be like, hey, man, if I buy you a white shirt, how do you feel about getting wet? That's terrible, Case. Hi, Mosh. Freedom is a very Scottish itinerary. You know, not looking myself down too much. You can recreate the Little Mermaid scenes. No thanks. No thanks. Do you know what I've been looking for? Are you a virgin? Yes. Yes, I am. The most virginest of all the women to have existed ever. Full virginity. Yep. That's true. Leaked. Yep. I have never had the sex ever. It's what? No. Not for me. My God, go, I have found you. You have. And why is it important that I was a virgin? Or am still a virgin? Just out of curiosity? Like, what does that have to do with you? Purity. Are you a virgin acid? I went to feed my dog and what the... well, I'm just talking about, Kate, how I'm a virgin. Oh, you're a virgin too. Ah. No, see, you're lying. You're lying. The only reason you want to fuck a virgin is because you're nervous that you're bad at sex and you don't want her to have anything to compare you to. Do you know what I mean? You just want some woman to look you in the eyes and be like, fuck yeah, that was the best 15 seconds of my life. When in reality, like, that's the only reason you want a virgin. You don't care about purity. You just don't want any pressure. You think if there's not so much pressure, if she's not expecting too much, you'll be able to just, like, relax. This is a long time troll. It's a long time troll. Are you going through something, Acid Lion? Let me just have a look at the rest of your messages before I pull a Henry VIII here. Shall we bring them up for the chat? Shall we bring them up? Shall we have a little look through here? Okay, let's have a look. Oh my God. Oh, no, you've been on, okay. Oh, okay. Am I a real person? See, look, that was so normal. Mentions of drugs, though. Yeah. See, Acid, what are you going through right now? Do you want to talk about it? Bye. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about it either. It's not my fault that I'm a virgin and so pure that I can just see through everyone and read them like a book. It comes with the fact that I am a virgin. I've kept all of my power to myself. I haven't gone out and spreaded my seed everywhere. I've retained my seed power within me. It's not my fault I'm this powerful. You could be too, but you all had sex. Oh, wait a minute. I'm feeling very slut-shamed. My seeds all over the tri-state area. It is at this point in my stream where I will encourage any nanobot-like people to make sure you go and get tested for any STIs that you might have picked up along the way. Rap, my friends. Rappity-dap-dap. Rappy, rap. Wow, your seed is across continents? Damn. If I had seed, I would spread it everywhere. That's a quality, Emmy. I respect it. How long can I not have sex until I'm a virgin again? Do I have to have a serious conversation about why purity culture around virginity is actually just a way to control women and subjugate women, and also results in very traumatic sex experiences for women and men? Purity and virginity culture in general, tied in with religion, is so fucking dangerous. It's so dangerous. And it results in sexual trauma for so many people. The idea that if you are a woman, your virginity is something you can sell, something that you give away to someone, that you're giving a piece of yourself to somebody else, is fucking ridiculous. You are a whole person. Having a dick inside you doesn't mean you lost anything. I just want to be very clear about that. Anyway, sorry. I just had to really just make sure everybody was very aware. Well, if you are straight, you have lost something. If you have dick inside you, what if you're a dude? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it depends. Because, like, no. You can be straight and have dicks inside you. Like, if you're a dude, there are toys, right? Like, what are we counting here? Do you know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of straight men who... I just don't believe in losing V card. Fellas, is it gay to have straight sex? Seriously, the discourse. Oh, what? You have to be in love with your toy? Yes, that's how it works. You got it. You got it. Do you want to know why men prized virginity? Because women were possessions. And they wanted to make sure that all of the kids that came out of the one specific vagina were theirs. Because women weren't seen as actual people. They were literally like cattle. It was a really great time to be alive. And it's still kind of fucked. So I just want to be... It's just fucked up shit, okay? Virginity for men... virginity for men was a form of social control with religion, for sure. But in a lot of cases, how many men do you know that only slept with their wives historically? If they, like, sure, peasants, yes. But most men went around, there were two kinds of women. There were women who you could, like, buy and sell in one way, and women who you could buy and sell in another way. Ones were for marrying, and the other ones were sex workers. Yeah, Einstein was a player. We watched a documentary, remember? Oh, don't say that, 300. Oh, that's terrible. Lol, clunt. Hello, do you believe altruism is an objective truth or a human construct that is unobtainable? Challenge the binary. I don't think it necessarily has to be a binary, but I don't know if I believe in true, pure altruism. I think doing good things for other people does make you feel good. What's altruism? You know, altruism, we watched a talk. It's actually where this sign comes from in certain parts. But it's basically when you help somebody expecting nothing in return. You are kind to somebody else for the sake of being kind to somebody else. You donate money to a cause, getting nothing back. It's selflessness, but a lot of people will engage in altruistic behavior because what it gets them. And there are rewards of altruism that you can't really get rid of internally. Do you think the inability to accept altruism is a side effect of the pursuit of sophism, or do you think sophism is a pursuit that comes about as a result of the concerns of existence of altruism? Hold on, just let me make sure I've got that definition correct. No, I don't think people deliberately deceive others. I think we are deceptive. I think it is human to be deceptive. I think it is human. So I don't think that sentence makes the writing of that sentence is not how I would put that. Social cohesion is based on an assumption of truth and goodness. And I do think, though, that it is human nature to want to keep some things to yourself. But that as humans, it feels good to be kind to other people. So I don't think that altruism as it exists is deceptive. I don't think we do it to make other people like us. I think that people can be altruistic, expecting nothing in return. I watched Australian Story with my mother about the guy who saved the 40 Indian men from the tunnel. I don't know if any Aussies watched that. And this man has just gone and lived his life doing really cool things and good things for other people and never really advertised it or anything like that. And he has lived such an interesting life and been rewarded for it. But like he gave all his money away at one point, and I don't think people do that. There is it was really interesting. In my life, I have always had a habit of wanting to be generous even when I don't have to be. And that is why I will never be really rich, because I prefer to be able to do nothing super major, like I'm not rich or anything, but I prefer to be able to, like, you know, I don't hoard. But it's not smart. But do you think doing the wrong thing for the right reasons makes a life well lived? I think those are decisions that you have to make for yourself. I don't think there is one moral overarching framework that works for every decision that you make. You're going to make wrong decisions. You're going to hurt other people, no matter the choices that you make. You are, no, see, I don't know undead. I'm not sure, because under the current framework that we exist in this life, you are either exploited or exploiting someone. And at all times, you're kind of also both. Like, I am being exploited right now by a corporation. Abso-fucking-lutely I am. But I am also, technically, if you want to look at it this way, exploiting you guys. Anyway, if somebody wanted to donate $5 to be exploded, it would be so fun. Kazro, I'm happy to take some video suggestions for tonight. If you've got philosophy video suggestions between 20 and 40 minutes, you can chuck them in the philosophy section of the Discord, and I'll have a look through in a second. I was looking at Ola Sunvia, but I'm not feeling any of her latest ones. You are allowed to feel good because you do a good thing. You absolutely are. The only reason people give me money is because it makes them feel good. I hopefully provide something in return, but there is nothing specific that I am providing. It is not an exchange of goods and services that is easily written down. But the only reason I have a living is because people giving me money makes them feel good. Altruism, a sucker is born every minute? No, that's so stupid. What the fuck is that perspective on anything? I did post a tour of a Scottish estate and castle in History Night Discord. Well, that can be for tomorrow. For History Night. Look, this has to do with altruism, is because a lot of people, when wanting to be perceived as good, do bad things. When you are very concerned with the world perceiving you as good, you act in ways in order to be perceived as good, not in ways that are actually good.
Ah, for crying out loud!
Wrong. It hurts every time I do this.
Well, whose problem's that? Because it ain't mine. Sort of. Who donated? Somebody named Altruistic Pain. Tasty doesn't donate. Tasty gifts meme subs, if anything. It's actually very true. If you spend enough time in my channel, it is very obvious who donates to me when, because everybody donates specific numbers. Everybody has a specific style of donating that they do. It's very interesting. Acid Line, what are you still doing here? Oh my god, I'm banning you for 24 hours because I'm not, you're unhinged. Honestly, why are you still here? Go away. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Take a break for 24 hours. You can come back maybe and be normal, but I doubt it. Absolutely not.
I'm in the middle of nowhere at work, so I don't have time to look at the song list, sorry. But will you sing the funny meme enemy from Imagine Dragons only if it's on the song list? I don't want to pressure you. Otherwise, will you roll a dice for the song?
Well, I don't really sing at this point. I'd sing later, Anon. Singing is for later. Haifa, was that you? Singing goes after the philosophy, but I can owe you one.
Boy!
Sundry_clowncar295 gifted a tier 1 sub to Winona Planets.
Winona Planets. That's what a good username. Sundry, thank you for the gifted sub. Philosophy songs. When you know the notes to sing, you can sing most anything. Doe, a deer, a female deer. Yeah, you can have one song, but we're talking philosophy. One. I don't want to rip anybody off. A worker song. Hyphomancer, it's either a song off the list. What's a working song that I know? They've already increased the lemons. Would be much easier if you picked a song off the fucking list.
Crying out loud.
Philosophical questions. If the El Nino cycle gets any shorter, is it just a dry summer's day?
That sounds like a question for a weatherman. Do you know any of those? Okay. Rolling a dice. Rolling a dice on a song. Rolling a dice on a song. Rolling a dice on a song. What did you ask for? Imagine Dragons. What's like similar to Imagine Dragons? What's a similar song to Imagine Dragons, guys? What about... I don't know if I'll be able to sing this actually, but... Ah! What have I done? Hold on.
Where are we? What the hell is going on? The dust has only just begun to fall. Crop circles in the carpet, sinking feeling. Spin me round again and rub my did and what you say. That is all for the best, of course it is what you say. That it's just what we need. You decided this and what you say. What did you say? Rings and notes keep falling out your mouth. Miss Sweet Talk, newspaper, what could I speak? No feeling, no, I don't believe you. You don't care a bit, no, don't care a bit. Rings and notes keep falling out your mouth. Miss Sweet Talk, newspaper, what could I speak? No feeling, no, I don't believe. You don't care a bit, you don't care a bit. You don't care a bit. Oh, no, you don't care a bit. Oh, no, you don't care a bit. Oh,
You guys don't know that that's the original? It's Hide and Seek by Imogen Heap, and it was sampled by Justin Derulo, but that's the actual song. Thanks for the $10, Cypher. I hope it was okay. Yeah, you guys didn't know that? It's a really cool song, in my opinion. Justin Derulo. No, he didn't steal it. He sampled it. Like, they let you do that, basically. Speak no evil, no, I don't believe you. You don't care a bit, you don't care a bit. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. Do you know what I really want a video on? Let's have a look at this.
Stoicism is...
This video is called, it's from Then and Now, and it's called Stoicism's Major Flaw. Because I think we have a stoic problem. I think what's going on, this is what I think is happening. I think there have been a lot of people with podcasts be like, men are suffering and the answer is stoicism. And then the men have gone out and they have bought the books and they've been like, I've got to be stoic. This is the way. And now we have a lot of people who are broken because of stoicism. Thanks, Do Re Miko. I think that is the issue. Pix, I love you, but why do you look like Freddy Krueger? Broadside. I actually love this top. I love this top. I love this top. Jake, why would I consider you a Twitch criminal? Why are you a Twitch criminal? What? I just want to watch a video on why stoicism is bad. What? I don't know, you're not actually... You're reacting to my comment? What? So can I request a song? No, not until later. It costs $10. Because I'm a filthy capitalist, but not a stoic, so pros and cons.
Everywhere. TED Talks, Stoicons, Stoic Bros on TikTok, Stoic Quotes on...
Also, oh my gosh, I can't believe, thank you for the follow. A follow after a random gift sub? That's nutty. I complimented your username. That's the only reason I've noticed, because I was like, that's a cool username. Anyway, not the point. But thanks for the... yeah.
On Instagram and across all platforms.
It's true, Stoic Bros are everywhere.
The ancient Greek and Roman philosophy is seeming...
So you don't have an actual job. You think my interaction with you right now isn't giving work? Is it not giving actual job? Because I am telling you what, it is making me tired. I am doing it at a fraction of what it should be paid. Is that not giving job? Because it certainly fucking feels like one, Jake. And no, people have been giving me money on the internet for 7 years because I am just a girl. That's right, I do nothing of value. I am not funny or clever or anything. I do nothing of value and I do not have a job. I'm just a girl.
Boy!
I wanted to give you this 5 for your streaming mischief.
Stop, don't give me money. Don't give the women money. Supporting evil women is rebellion against your kind. You can't do that. What will happen if the women have all the power? You give women money, you give women power. Then what happens? Huh? We turn all the men into cats. You're paying for your own extinction. I can't believe you would do this. All for $5. What are you talking about? You do not speak for women. Oh, Jakey. Oh, Jakey. You're quite right. I do not speak for all women. I speak for myself as a woman, just like you're speaking for yourself as a lowly internet troll. Do you know what I mean? We're the same, you and I. We have so much in common. I really feel like we can find some common ground here. And that common ground will be where I continue to make money on the internet, being funny, cute, and smart. And you continue to hate me because of that. Please enjoy your permaban. All the best. Sorry, it took me a little while to deal with, but we're there now. We're going back to the Stoic Bros.
Dominated by one figure, Ryan Holiday and his Daily Stoic. with 60 million YouTube views, 1.9 million Instagram followers, and several New York Times bestsellers. But is Stoicism all it's cracked up to be? There are many things I admire about the Stoics, and many things to admire about Holiday and his work, but ultimately he often presents an emptied out interpretation of Stoicism that reduces it to therapeutic self-help cliches. But the broader question...
But we love a soundbite. Have you seen the attention spans of people these days? Any sort of soundbite that people can hold on to as like some sort of cruxes of their identity for a little while. I know, I've done this. Is so sexy and fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that you have one. I know you have one. What's your best thing that you say in your mind that's a little quip that you would tell everyone? Because I got mine. Mine's not particularly stoic, though. Oh my God, Marcus Aurelius. This is what men do. Men these days, they walk into a bookshop and they're like, can I please have Meditations? Can I get the 12 Rules for Life? Can I buy How to Win Friends and Influence People? And can I also get The Healthy Habits of Smart Rich People? And then they're like, okay, I'm going to grind. I'm going to get out and I'm going to grind and I'm going to be a king. That's right. I'm going to king all over you. Yes, Meditations is good, but like, just, oh man, you're...
It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
Look, you're the only reason I'm thinking about the Roman Empire today.
I have an ulterior motive. I'm just trying to make my whole chat feel like kings. Very rich kings with $5 to spare. See? Manipulative bitch. Women, am I right? Fire them into the sun. Or back to Venus, where we belong. I am such a problem. Oh shit, no wonder I'm an anti-capitalist commie. I bought the wrong books. What did you buy Das Kapital? Did you read the Marxism? Did you do that? That's pretty. I read fairy porn. And I think that's the most philosophical of all. Thanks, Punky, because the person before you said I looked like Freddy Krueger. Meditations for Men is what Taylor Swift's discography is for women. Yeah, well. Anyway. You did purchase your house? Can't believe you're a landlord now. Wait, a homeowner? A homeowner? Win. I just read Chicken Soup for the Soul books. That's based. I wish I was a homeowner. What a dream. That's such a big dub. Can we get some dubs? Can we get some dubs in the chat? It's not Hassan, but we do have a homeowner. That's right. We do have a homeowner in the chat. That's right. Somebody won at capitalism and purchased a home. We are so proud. He's also in charge of the weather, so we have to be nice to him. Otherwise, we just get rain every day because that's what weathermen do. They control the weather. So, Congrats and don't become a landlord. Everybody is allowed to have 2 properties. That's all you get. That's all. And somebody should be living in them. Wait till you pay your first mortgage payment and you realize the bank actually owns your home. actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but recently I came up with this plan. Anyway, when I was mentally ill at the end of last year, I accidentally bought a Taylor Swift ticket in Europe. Oopsies. Anyway, but then I was like, this is okay. I've got a plan. So my plan is now, we'll do that, go to Scotland, go on my little tour, and then meet a older rich couple who are actually turn out to be secret billionaires. But they're so enamored with my incredible personality, sense of humor, lust for life, that they're like, wow, we don't have any children, but we need somebody to give our fortune to. And then at the end of the tour, for some reason, they're like, wow, girly, can we get your full name and address? And I'll be like, actually, I don't, well, even though I do have a couple of stalkers and don't usually do this, you can have my full name and address. And then I come back home and then, I don't know, a couple of years down the line, I just get a check for $100 million. And I give most of it away, buy myself a house, and retire on the prairie. Anyway, that's what I'm manifesting. I think it's going to work. It sounds kind of cool. I think it's a pretty logical, rational next step for me in my life. Femis, thank you for gifting a guppy. I don't know where the alerts are. They've gone silent. They're ashamed of me, which is relatively fair, consider. But yeah. Mosh, that is such a midlife crisis thing of your dad to do. Wow. Check is too simple. An expensive lawyer has to go to great lengths to track you down and explain things. Oh, that sounds so mysterious, though, Sanguinary. That would be so mysterious and fun. You either die a hero or live long enough to become a landlord. There's gotta be other ways. Fuck, man. If only the government had considered stoicism.
Is this: taking it seriously. Is stoicism faulty in the first place? Does it have some major flaws, some contradictions? Is it a coherent view of the world? One of the first things you're unlikely to learn from Holiday is that the Stoics, starting with the ancient Greek founder Zeno and through to the Greek philosopher Epictetus and the Roman Stoics like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, had a philosophical system that was grounded in the worldview.
Okay, here's my major problem, and I just don't know if I want to listen to philosophies of old white men anymore. And I understand that it's a basis. I understand it is a historical basis, like Freud is a historical basis for psychology. But I feel like we need some more intersectional perspectives where it's maybe just not like, oh, it's just,
view of the time. As we'll see, that's a
write
pretty
your
long
own.
time ago.
I give philosopher.
The ancient Greeks argued that being a Stoic required a study of ethics, which is loosely what Holiday talks about, but also logic and physics.
Yes, these people who were arguing ethics lived in a very interesting time. Anyway.
In short, a study of nature and the world. And the Stoics lived in a very different world to
this
us.
Is true.
One that might have led to some faulty ideas that don't necessarily translate to the modern age. The Stoics had a lot of wisdom, but they were limited too. Remember, they worshipped different gods, believed in personal fate, didn't understand nature as well as we do, and didn't have access to many of the ideas we've developed over the last 2,000 years, and they lived pretty violent, brutish, and short lives. So let's get stuck in. We'll see what Stoicism is, how to think about it, ask how it emerged and look at what ancient Greece and Rome was actually like, see what other philosophers
Nietzsche hated the Stoics, right?
like Nietzsche and Hegel had to say about the Stoics, look at where its contradictions might lie, and ask what it says about art.
I think closing yourself in this leftist misandry echo chamber has made you stupid. Oh, King, in what way? Please tell me. And also because, like, you obviously thought I was smart before. So what happened? What do you think I'm stupid about? Is it because I said, why are we listening to old white men about stuff? It's the same thing. Like, why are we listening to, like, a Bible written a very long time ago when it's like, we should stone people to death? Do you know what I mean? The problem is that there are a lot of people out there at the moment, all over TikTok, pretending like they understand things that they don't. And it's mad advice going round and round in circles that isn't actually helpful.
Would you like to have a little sit with me?
Come here. You can be my stoic poodle. Listen, I Solitary Jordan, that's so funny. You gonna sit down? Please, so sit down. Or do you need to go outside and do wee-wees? Oh. All right. Can't wait to come back and find out why I'm dumb, but I'll be back. Oh, wait, why am I done? Why am I stupid? Tell me. I really wanted to know. Because I agree with you. I am stupid. So are you. But like, but why am I stupid this time? Because I think Stoicism is not the fixal philosophy for young white men that it is touted as on social media, and I think it's doing a lot more harm than good. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Because I am stupid, but I am also right about that, so... Yeah, we all learn at our own pace. I am not actually a deep intellectual. I'm a pseudo-intellectual at best. But I picked a loaded night to come follow. Natalia, how are you? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, somebody just said to me, what did they say? What did it say? What was it? I think closing yourself in this leftist misandry echo chamber has made you stupid. So I've just been reflecting on that. Hold on, what were their other messages? There's 7 other messages. Wait, what else have we got? There's not really much else. The messages are, how tall are you? Life is suffering. Watch time. And then the last message was in 2020. Wild. I'm a Sudoku intellectual. Sexy. Stoicism has some use for some people at some times, but it's not a philosophy of life. Oh my God, you can say that about everything though. That's such a nothing sentence. Everything, every thought that you have is actually useful for sometimes at some points in some of your life. Anyway, do you want to know what my little quip is? My little life philosophy is? It's a really good one. And it's a really important one to remember. I have many of them, being the intellectual that I am. But the major one is, if it takes less than 2 minutes, just do it. Unpacking the dishwasher, it takes less than 2 minutes, just do it. Picking up your clothes off the floor, does it take less than 2 minutes? Just do it. And then you realize life is just doing things over and over again. You know, and that's kind of fun. So you should be doing sex more. If the opportunity arises, if your sex takes less than 2 minutes, you're doing it wrong. My ADHD really hears that and says no. Well, that's executive dysfunction. There are little tricks for getting over executive dysfunction. But I see your ADHD and I do understand where that is coming from. But that's why you do the thing that takes 2 minutes, because it gets you over the executive dysfunction that doing a task takes. If that makes sense. So for example, if you're like me, you know how you feel like you have to clean one room and then clean another room? You can do the ADHD clean where you just keep cleaning. You go from job to job. It all gets done, but there's no rhyme or reason to it. So for me, I just pick up a rubbish bag and I'm like, okay, this is going to take less than 2 minutes. And then all of a sudden I'm organizing my wardrobe. And it's fine. I don't even have ADHD, I don't think. But everything still gets done. It's just not done in a specific order of orderliness. I just need someone to visit my house and I will clean the whole thing in 1 hour. I make sure somebody visits me at least once a week for the same exact reason. Hello, Beep. Would you like to have coffee today? Great. Me too. See you then. I'm pretty sure I bought my house specifically so I didn't need to pick up for the upcoming rental inspection. That's so real. Yeah, that's so real. That's my dream. That's my dream. Imagine having enough money to just be like, I'm gonna buy my house. We laugh. No, it's definitely true. Like, you're also, when you've rented somewhere, you know where you live. Like, I don't know if I would buy this apartment now. Like, I actually don't know if I would. I can't, because I can't afford it. But after living here, I don't think I would. I don't think there's enough airflow. And I truly believe, and this is a hot take, that air is important. Again, I'm your intellectual. You're welcome. But yeah, I feel like there's not enough air in my apartment and it's slowly killing me. So. Yeah, for sure, Famis. Well, you never know. I bought mine since the owner died and his brother wanted to sell and I didn't have to move ever. See, that's so sexy and fun. God, imagine owning a house outright that you knew you never had to move out of, really. Oh, that is porn. Man, porn under capitalism is so shit. But also like, oh, you know? I don't think air is that important. I think we should sell the rights to oxygen to Nestle. Now imagine having to spend 30K to get the roof fixed. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. I'd probably have to sell it. Then, yeah. Vox. Oh, that's so fun, Famis. I think I want an established garden so bad. Like the things I would do to have it doesn't even have to be big, but to have an established garden that was mine, that I could potter in. Oh my God. Zen, that is not oversharing. Have you seen my content? You're like, I can't believe we're moving in with a pal that's giving us an amazing deal. How is that oversharing at all? We had a guy come in before and he was like, are you a virgin? And I was like, yes, I am. And you think you're oversharing? Hee. The bad thing is this apartment is still not fully renovated and there's still stuff from other renters. Well, take your time. Do you want me to fluff up your bed a little bit? Are you okay? You want to sit down? Or you want to cuddle? Come on, my little stoic puppy. Hello, just arrived, fan of meditations. Oh, you mean the meditations of Marcus Aurelius? Oh my God, so much. Everything washes over me like water. I see, I do, I breathe. I am who I be. I'm actually currently watching a video, and the title of that video is Stoicism's Major Flaw. We only just started it, but I keep getting distracted. See? Wait, I'm worried something's wrong with Pixel. She's being weird. You sit down. Are you okay? Why is she being weird? No, if she loved me, she would sit down. She's standing. There's something wrong. I don't know, Cosmic. We'll find out together. No, she doesn't. Let me just see if she needs to go out again. I'm just gonna leave it open for a little bit, see what happens. She's got water and everything, so we'll just see. You need to design a balcony garden? It could be I'm gonna throw up. No, I don't think so. Do you know what I think it is? I think she's just really sad when we come home from my mum's. Like, my little apartment is great and we have a good life, and I take her for lots of walks, but when I'm at my mum's, she's got like a backyard, you know? I think we get back here and she's like, it's not giving.
Boy!
An anonymous
Why is
user
my mum
gifted
a
a tier
failure?
1 sub to fly_q_4.
Anon, thank you for gifting Fly Goo. Fly Goo, I think this thing happened. I don't know if your sub lapsed or whatever, but what happened, I had a big sub drop a little while ago, and then Twitch basically said that they unsubscribed a whole bunch of people. So if you randomly got unsubscribed, like there are some people who might have been subscribed to me who didn't even know that they got unsubscribed. Yeah, and Twitch acknowledged it, and like so you can see how many of your subs are gifted and how many of your subs are paid for, and my paid for sub count dropped significantly, and I was like, oh, what did I do? And it turns out Twitch unsubscribed a whole bunch of people, and part of my mental breakdown trying to figure out what I did probably wasn't even my fault. But I lost like 400 subs all up. Like I have 800 something at the moment. I don't really look because it affects me mentally negatively. But I was like, only if people ask though, Famis, really. What's 217 plus 16 plus 21? Yeah, it's so many. I can't do the math though. $217 plus 16 would be 230 something. 250 something. 254 something, right? And my paid sub count used to be 350 easily. So it dropped 100 and I was like, holy fuck. I mean, I was like, okay, cost of living crisis, blah, 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 blah. But 100 people, it was so major. And then Twitch basically acknowledged, like, we unsubscribed some of these people. Like, some of those people might have wanted to stay subscribed. I don't know. Yeah, it was kind of sad, to be honest. Like, it wasn't even like so sad because, yeah, also the price going up as well, you know, but fuck, it's hard not to internalize. You just feel like you suck. Oh, Nom, that's a nice thing to say. What they're trying to do, I think, Mosh, is get crossover, you know, create some discoverability, but it just doesn't exist on the platform. I don't think it ever will. It feels like Twitch is dying. It feels like a slow death to me, but maybe it won't be. And look, I still really love it here. It still feels like where my community thrives. So, you know, what do you do beyond that?
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Speaking of...
Party face.
Progressive, thank you for the 36 months. My goodness, thank you, thank you. They've got some pieces coming together. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Did you see Dan Clancy is coming to DreamHack? There's a chance I get to have a conversation with the man. So, well, that'll be interesting. Yeah, ads are pretty bad. One whole conversation. No, I get to have a conversation with him. I do. I have some things to say. I've been around a while. Do it through song. YouTube is making some good decisions. That's why I restream there. That's why all my VODs are on YouTube now. Shout out to the YouTube viewers. There's like 5 of you. Feel free to wave if you want. Hi. Hi, YouTube. You're your own little place of happiness.
Where its contradictions might lie, and ask what it says about our own present historical moment. The foundation of Stoicism, where most start, is what has come to be known as the dichotomy of control. It's from the Greek philosopher Epictetus's Enchiridion, or Handbook, written in 125 AD.
Epictetus says that the first task in life, the first job of the philosopher, is to separate.
It's a really odd time for me to say hi to the YouTube people because YouTube chat doesn't come up on this bit. Yeah, sorry about that. But hi, guys.
Separate matters into 2 buckets: what's in our control and what's not in our control. And this exercise, what we call the dichotomy of control, is really at the core of Epictetus's teachings. Is it up to me? Is it not up to me?
Holiday says, Epictetus draws a dividing line between what some have called internals, things in our control, and externals, things outside of our control. He said, things in our control are opinion.
Oh my god, Famis, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Actually, do you know what I got today? Oh my god, this is the most ADHD philosophy chat ever, but whatever. Do you know what I got today? My PIN number for YouTube. So basically to get paid from YouTube, they have to send you a PIN number, like to your actual person. And then you put that PIN number in, and then you can start getting paid by YouTube. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Famis, thank you so much for becoming a member though.
Pursuit, desire, aversion, and in a word, whatever are our own actions. Things not in our control.
By the way, did you guys see I also made $15 from TikTok? It's giving rich and famous.
Body, property, reputation, command, and in a word, whatever are not our actions. We don't have any say about what happens to us, but our judgments about what happens to us, our dreams, likes, desires, are in our control.
This is interesting. It is interesting because everything that happens to you, to some degree, even the really bad stuff, is a matter of perspective. Does everybody remember my very bad haircut? And now my hair feels really good. Like that was basically, now my bad haircut feels like a bit of a rebirth. It feels like a moment where I was like, wait, hold on, I'm back to myself. I think I was looking for my identity outside of, I guess, what I looked like, maybe a little bit. And I've just gone back to like normal, basically very close to my natural color. And now I feel really good about it. But it took me being like absolutely traumatized at a hairdresser for that to happen. And I don't know, perspective is such an interesting thing. Now, that is a very like surface level example. But what's a better one? The perspective I have now because of my pain condition, that's a big one. I feel the most recent bad stuff that has happened to me does not have the kind of positive spin, good vibes. It never does. And you don't have to give any of the bad stuff that happens to you positive spin or good vibes. Perspective is not about seeing things in a positive light or trying to be like everything happens for a reason. That's religion being literally fucked up towards you. When religion tells you everything happens for a reason, bullshit. Bullshit, shut up. You're lying. You're lying to me. You are lying. No, that's not what happens. And not every bad thing that happens to you has positive spin. Because my pain condition, I wouldn't do it again. But since it did happen, I can use my perspective to be like, okay, well, what did I get? I got 2 years living with my dad. I got my dad to the hospital in time so he didn't die from a heart attack. You know, there's things that happened to me that wouldn't have happened. I don't know. And you just never know. And, you know, things could have gone even better if my pain condition didn't happen. You don't know. Pain doesn't make you stronger. I wouldn't wish chronic pain on anyone. There's no cure for my condition. I am just undergoing a moment of reprieve because the scar tissue in my joints has covered the nerves enough that I'm not in any pain, really, at the moment. I am in pain, but the level of pain that I am in is so livable. It feels like nothing compared to what I was experiencing. That's why I'm going traveling as well, because I don't know how long this lasts. And when it's so funny because I have been I go in waves. In case you haven't noticed, I ebb and flow pretty majorly. But if you are able-bodied and you want to do something and you can figure out a way to get the means to do something, have a go. And if you're not, then it's not that there isn't things for you to do. It's not that there isn't happiness and joy to find. You just have to go looking in different places. But that's why for this moment of reprieve that I get right now, I'm going looking. I'm going to go touch some rocks. It's like something I read about. The right thing is to address someone who has a disability as the person first, then the disability. But a lot of people with disabilities prefer disability first. You can't get it right every time. It is a personal thing. It's like how some people want to be, like, you know, some people find it dehumanizing to be like, that's a person with autism. They want to be like, no, I'm an autistic person. Just say autistic person. You know, it's very difficult. You just have to ask. You were like, how would you like me to reference this when we talk? Like, let me know. Yeah. Like, it's a personal thing. I am not diagnosed with anything. I'm not diagnosed with anything.
He said, for example, I cannot escape death, but I can escape fear of it. In this formulation, death is an external. We have no control over when it happens, but fear of death is an internal. We can control over whether we're afraid of it or not.
Do you know what's so funny? I had this conversation like literally yesterday. I don't think I'm really scared of dying, but I am scared of pain. And I'm scared of other people dying, I suppose.
The problem with this neat line between what we can and can't control is that on closer inspection, it becomes a little hazy. There are some things we have some control over, some things we could have control over, some things we can't control right now, but someone else could, and we could have some influence over them, for example. Some things we could have control over if we thought through a way of doing so. Some things we didn't have control over in the past, but could have in some way in the future. Epictetus might tell me, for example, that I have no control over how many people will like this video. I only have control over how much effort I put into it. Which sounds good, sure, but actually that means I do have some control over how many people like it. if I put more effort into it in some way, if I learn in the right ways from past mistakes, if I look earnestly and deeply into the camera lens, into your eyes and say, remember to like, maybe more will, although that was a little bit creepy on second thought, at least please don't switch off. But you see the point. There are lots of things I can do to control what the Stoics call an external factor. This is true with everything. You might say you have no control over the people around you, your health, the media, political decision making, nature, but everywhere you look, in some small way, you do, by engaging in small actions, convincing, arguing, building, engaging. Everywhere you look, that line between what you can and cannot control blurs. On closer inspection, it looks like it's not a distinct or even real line at all. The division comes out of the thought of Zeno of City.
Would altruism become possible? I think there will always be a selfish aspect of altruism. Not an intentionally selfish aspect, but I think just acting for the good of others brings an internal satisfaction that cannot be entirely removed. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think even people who internally frame whatever altruistic behavior they're doing as internal sacrifice are doing that in an almost masochistic way where it still feels good. Because I do think it is human nature. I know that I'm not like a hedonist or anything, but I do think that the human nature of seeking peace or, you know, feel good nature of things in your brain, good sentence there, Pixel, is very real.
The very first Stoic who set up his school of the Stoa in Athens
Absolutely
in 301 BC. In trying to figure out what was truly good, Zeno looked at things that came from the external world, food, wealth, belongings, things like looks and talents that we're born with and so are still out of our control, still an external, and saw that all things could be used for good or bad. So they could not be considered categorically and universally good in themselves. None of them, talents, wealth, power, food, can be consistently depended on either. They come and go, they're fleeting. The only thing that decides whether things are used or misused is, that we do have control over, is our reason, our virtue, our good nature. All the rest, the external, we should, he said, be indifferent to. But again, on closer inspection, this neat dividing line becomes blurry.
The problem is that that a lot of people who, you know, do things that are good for them are not good for other people. That's why a lot of people feel comfortable playing the game of capitalism, because at the end of the day, they can justify it. If I have more money, I'm safer. I can protect my family more. You know? It's how you perceive community. And it's getting people to perceive community beyond what is immediately available. If that, you know what I mean? You have to be able to perceive community on a micro level and on a macro level. Some people's character endures. Some people's character is entirely corrupted. I like money. That's cool. You want to give me some? Lemo. Everybody likes money. Not in the way, like, no, that's a lie. I don't. But everybody likes what money can provide, which is a sense of stability. Perhaps some joy, you know?
Problem is that it's difficult to argue that we should be indifferent to things external to us and acknowledge that they're useful to us. Because As much as it would be nice if we weren't dependent on them, we are dependent on food, shelter, relationships, and so on. And so Zeno had to say that we had to be both indifferent to them, that they're external and out of our control, and class them as what he called preferred indifference, that we should prefer to have them if we can. As a result of this, the Stoic system comes up against a problem. In trying to categorise things as external and arguing for indifference to them, the philosophy has no way of truly valuing some things rather than others. It cuts the world off with a Stoic guillotine. If you acknowledge a connection to something as part of yourself, your identity, your way of life, you're dissolving that neat line the Stoics tried to construct. In valuing trees for building, nature for food, friendship for conversation, technology to aid us, we're acknowledging that the world isn't external to us, but that we're part of it. As I've said in previous videos.
That's why I do think that like connections to nature make for better humans. Like, you know how touching grass is a joke? It is. But when I go to my mom's, even though it's just a backyard, it's nothing major. It feels human. You feel less like a robot and more like part of something bigger. And so I think that works across humanity. It's why there are wars over land and religious sites. Because your connection to nature and your connection to the planet, I think is a big thing. And it's why it's just
videos. We're not people looking out at nature, but we are nature, reflecting on itself.
he basically just said what I just said, but better. Like an actual smart person.
We need a way of valuing things, and thinking about that is where philosophy often comes in, because without a value system we have no basis for acting, for choosing, for thinking, and valuing, in its very definition, is attachment. In valuing food, we acknowledge that we need it, that we're connected to it, that it's actually part of us. Hope, need, want, desire, movement, life, all of these are the result of value systems, of connecting us to the world around us. To divide the world, as we'll see shortly, is to alienate ourselves from it. So the next question we should want to ask is, why did the Stoics want to divide themselves from the world?
The original Pick-Me Boys.
Message of Stoicism is that life is short, unpredictable, difficult, that all things come and go, flourish then pass, rise and fall. Things in the universe are transitory. All things human, Seneca reminds us, are short-lived and perishable. Buddhists argue that because of this we should let go of all desire, because desiring will only lead to disappointment. However, Stoics allowed for some desire. We should view life's conditions with joy, as Seneca put it. We should be very careful in what we desire though. We should, for the most part, desire only two things. One is virtue, which for the Stoics means living according to nature, and we'll come back to that. And the other is tranquility, eudaimonia, good spirit, calmness. To find this sense of calmness, Seneca counselled that we should always
I do think that that is very much a product of the time as well. And I think that part still does stand today. You can value more things than that, like virtue and calmness, whatever. But I think, especially right now in this time in history, urging people for calmness as opposed to violence is important.
Reflect on the bad things that could happen to us. Misfortune, he said, is felt most by those who expect nothing but good fortune. So if we take note of or imagine the bad things that might happen to us before we start a task that might be frustrating, or go on a journey where we might get stuck in traffic, if we do this, the misfortune will have less of an impact on us. Epictetus, for example, said that as we care for our children, we should also reflect on the possibility that they could die tomorrow. So on the one hand, we should remember...
Okay, but like, that is my brain, right? Every time I'm experiencing some sort of joy, I'm also experiencing the loss of that joy at the same time. And that's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. And you should fight against it.
Remember that life is short, painful, harsh and frustrating. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning that, quote, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous and surly, and remind ourselves, as Aurelius says, that death hangs over you. And we should remember that those things are externals. They're outside of our spheres of influence.
Okay, oh, so you mean, so in the way that that is written, I suppose, is it's hold on as in, like, never act in such a way where you're forgetting that you could die tomorrow. Or they could die tomorrow. I mean, I naturally do that. I don't really like leaving things on bad terms. But, it happens here and there, but... I'm not really somebody who, like, yeah. I still can't think of Stoicism without thinking of a mask. Someone hurt or even traumatized. At least fans of it gave me those vibes. When I think of Stoicism, I think of a young man looking for some semblance of control over his life. And then mistaking stoicism for the suppression of emotion, and killing himself. That's what I think of when I think of the modern interpretation of stoicism. It doesn't feel like a true stoic nature where, people are fighting for peace. It feels like something different. That's very true, Fredley.
A good reason Seneca, Marcus and Epictetus... Marcus Aurelius? Aurelius sounds weird. Marcus Aurelius. I feel like you should say his full name every time. Marky Mark. Back when Marky Aurelius was Marky Mark. There's a good reason Seneca, Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus would be attracted to advice like this. They were Romans. The ancient world was, of course, a pretty harsh, unpredictable, frustrating and fleeting one. Nothing was secure. Life was capricious, dangerous and short. Hunger, pestilence, warfare and tragedy were commonplace. Take Seneca. Emperor Claudius had condemned him to death after he'd supposedly had an affair with his niece. He decided instead to banish Seneca and confiscated his property. 7 years later, Claudius's new wife,
For sure,
Agrippa,
real smash.
convinced the emperor to recall Seneca to tutor her son Nero. Seneca, of course, obliged and taught the young Nero some philosophical wisdom. Mercy should be the basis of his rule, that his power should be shared with senators. He taught him about justice and the Stoic tradition. But Nero was vain, jealous and insecure. He tormented, banished, and executed his enemies. He murdered 2 wives, one of them was pregnant. He had his own mother murdered in a specially constructed boat that was meant to collapse at sea. She somehow survived, and he had to send his guards to murder her instead. He tortured Christians in theatrical shows, some were torn apart by dogs, and Seneca, for his part, defended Nero after he'd murdered his own mother. Eventually, a conspiracy grew to have Nero replaced. 19 senators took part. Nero retaliated and eventually ordered Seneca to commit suicide, and of course he obliged, slitting his wrists and dying in the bath. Being a philosopher, after all, was an occupational hazard in antiquity. Socrates had been condemned to drink hemlock to kill himself, and later Emperor Domitian had banished all philosophers from the Roman Empire. Eventually, the parts of Rome revolted against Nero, and the conspiracy to have him killed grew. Nero fled and committed suicide outside of Rome's walls. Nero gets a bad name, justifiably, but his rule wasn't particularly exceptional, as Julius Caesar knew. In Rome,
Mindfulness of what you can and cannot control is a very different vibe when you're the emperor of Rome. Yeah. What can I control today? Yeehaw!
no one could be trusted. Wives, bodyguards, friends, colleagues, slaves, all at different times murdered their emperors, and they had good reason. Roman emperors tormented senators and aristocrats. At one dinner party, the Emperor Gaius burst into spontaneous laughter, and when asked what was funny, replied, "Just the thought that I would only have to nod and your throats would be cut on the spot." Domitian invited senators to a dinner party at which everything was painted in black, and the senators' names were engraved in tombstones.
That is why this, it's a very interesting thing. The human relationship with power. Power as a tool for safety. Power as a tool for social control. I do think that there is a level of the human experience that innately craves power. And some people are extremely irresponsible with it. And some people seek it in all the wrong places.
Stone slabs at the dinner table. During the dinner, the emperor taunted them by talking about nothing but death, before simply sending them home at the end of the night. Not the best Friday night, I'm sure. He, in turn, was later slaughtered himself. Ha ha ha. Domitian's successor, Claudius, executed 35 senators. Caligula terrorized the state and was eventually killed by senators and guards after numerous previous failed plots. Vespasian allegedly started the Great Fire of...
Lots of communication failures throughout history. You know, if they had just gone to therapy, we might have gotten a little bit further. Jokes, we still have so many communication failures now. It's pretty bad.
64 AD to clear Rome for his own new palace. Every succession was a crisis. The powers between emperors and the Senate constantly tested. Incest, rape...
Professor Fappington, I'm going to say it. Too soon. Too soon.
Rape and paedophilia were common, fires and pestilence were frequent. Whether Nero fiddled while Rome burned, as the story goes, or not, Rome did burn for 5 days.
See, people look at me and they think I have power. But I have no real power. I think some people think that I have some form of social power that I don't have, but I don't have it. It's not real power. Real power I will have when I get my castle.
A quarter of it burnt to the ground, and in half of Rome's districts, only a few buildings remained standing. After Spartacus's revolt, 6,000 slaves were crucified along an 120-mile stretch of road. Imagine A crucified man every 30 metres for 120 miles. Just imagine the nightmare of walking for days along that main road past that agony. I think that's one of the most brutal things I've heard from history. Even the Nazis wouldn't have dared do something like that publicly. With all of that in mind, is it any wonder that Seneca wanted to remind himself daily of how harsh and fleeting the world was? Focusing on what was in his control might have been a good way to put the hazards of elite Roman life out of his mind. Historian Barry Strauss summarised it like this: Nero's Rome was rich, as no one knew better than he did, yet beneath the opulence lay emptiness. Seneca and the Stoics understood inner peace as a solution.
Oh my god, I have been reading this fucking engagement for like 15 minutes now. X and V. And it's like you think, what? The original text is what? Everything we do is interpretations, and interpretations done by experts. Like, like, what is the argument that you are making here? Your interpretation of somebody else's interpretation, not a quote, and certainly not your original claim. That's legitimately how this works. Man, do you know what? I wish I had the debate bro bingo card out. Because, man, I would have won. We got logical fallacies. We got the ad hominem. We got all of the fucking... I would have got a fucking huge bingo. A huge bingo. Yeah, I sea lioned, you guys. I sea lioned. At least I haven't gish galloped, you know? It's like, here's the dictionary of debate bird terms that make me feel intellectually superior. Sounds like they are arguing over whether Aristotle was wrong about some stuff. It is not a hot take to say that philosophers of a specific time had a different idea of what was considered moral and what wasn't. A lot of these early philosophers lived in a time where there were different classes of people. Slaves were literally perceived as non-human people. They were entirely different. And an expert interpretation of Aristotle is like, you can get heaps of expert interpretations. That's what philosophers do. Like, the most moral person in any particular historical time period is still probably going to be slightly problematic. We know this, right? Like, we know this, right? Even me, sitting here, the most moral of all of the people, perfect in absolutely every way. Historically, when the books write about me, which they will because I'm very rich and famous, they're probably going to be like, that bitch, she took $5 from people on the internet. That's so morally repugnant. Or something, you don't know. You don't know. There is shit I am doing right now today that in the future people are probably going to be like, whoa, that's fucked up, man. We're problematic now. In 100 years, our AI children will be mad at us for using anti-robot slurs. Exactly. It happens very quickly. And the idea, like, I don't even know what you're arguing for. Because if you're trying to be like, no, Aristotle was like the best guy, and we should absolutely just listen to everything he said because it was perfect. Which you're not. I know. I'm doing one of those things, you know. What's the word for it? You're a debate pro, you would know. I'm just a silly girl, so I wouldn't. But, no, I know who you're talking to. I know who you're talking to. Aristotle thought women were failed men, literally. Yeah, because our clits didn't grow into penises. But then we ate an apple and became evil. And then we spent the rest of our collective lives attempting to ruin the universal experience of men. Now here we are. And I'm trying so hard to ruin this debate bro experience, but it's just not working. I've deliberately avoided making my own claims. And there it is. That's literally... That's literally, if you look at the Debate Bro Manifesto, at the top of the Debate Bro Manifesto is never make your own claims. Only pick apart other people's claims. Never make your own claim, therefore you can never be wrong. Therefore your ego will always be intact and you will always be right. And have a big dick. You're so annoying. I'm annoyed. You're annoying. Shush.
The dangers of antiquity are neatly summed up by the Roman saying, eat, drink and be merry, for tomorrow...
Please correct me. I'm sorry that I assumed the gender of an anonymous username on the internet. Please forgive me. Hit me with your pronouns, champ.
You die. Stoicism is not a philosophy of life. It's a philosophy of despair. Another thing that you might not get from watching someone like Holiday is that for the ancient Greeks, Stoicism was a philosophical system that was meant to include the study of logic, physics and ethics, and that their ethics, the study of how we should act, the part you most hear about today, relies on their ancient view of logic and physics as well. Cicero, for example...
See, this is why I can never be a Stoic, because I'm just not logical, you know, and I have too much emotion. As you just saw. Just can't control it. I'm just not one with the flow.
Wrote that the Stoic system is so well constructed so firmly jointed and welded into one, with such close interconnection of the parts that if you alter a single letter, you shake the whole structure. Now, the Stoic view of physics included much more than our modern view does. It encompassed the study of nature, theology, the universe, how things worked, and crucially, and this is what Cicero was getting at, the entire universe, the physics of it, was ordered exactly how God had planned it. That means that the ethics, how we should act, is in accordance with that plan. As Zeno said, to live a good, virtuous life, we should act in accordance with nature. Marcus Aurelius talks at numerous points in the Meditations about how we should all act according to, quote, nature's law, and how we all have a place in nature's scheme, and how we shouldn't rebel against nature and do what...
I mean, I had to see the night sky last night because Pixel almost got in a fight with a possum. I let her out to pee in the early morning, and I just started hearing noises, and it was like a... and then Pixel started barking and ran off, and then it was like... and I was like, oh God, oh no. So then I had to run outside because I was so scared that Pixel was about to be torn to shreds by a possum. And I had to trick her into coming inside. I was like, you want a TRERT? You know what I mean? But the sky was very pretty.
Nature requires of us. What follows from this? To live according to what nature requires having a view of what nature
Don't think so,
itself
Vox.
is like, how things are ordered, what nature's schema is, what that grand plan is. And being grounded in a religious worldview, the ancient Stoics believed wholeheartedly in fate. Not just that they should accept what happens to them or that our fate is out of our hands, but that our entire lives were mapped out by the gods. They believed in the goddesses of fate.
I feel like I got a dodgy map if that's the case, but okay.
Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos. This is raised a lot and connected to the ethics, the theories of how we should act. Seneca said, for example, that it is a great consolation that it is together with the universe that we are swept along. Epictetus said that we should want events to happen as they do happen, and Holiday has a tattoo of the Stoic phrase amor fati, love of fate, on his arm, and sells an amor fati coin.
And that's what we have
Proportions were so interesting in art back then, weren't they?
to do with every obstacle that we face. Whatever it is, big or small, fair or unfair, chosen or tragic. We say amor fati. Love it all. Use it as fuel. Become better for this having happened.
Hey guys, you know he's smart because he's got lots of books. That's how everybody knows I'm smart too. But that's how you know. Also, the statue of Marcus Aurelius is really just... That is Marcus Aurelius, isn't it? That he has a statue of, right? I'm sorry. That's funny. I want my own statue of Marcus Aurelius. So I can point to it and be like, meditations.
Aurelius said, if the inward power that rules us be true to nature, it will always adjust itself readily to the possibilities and opportunities ordered by circumstance. We should bend ourselves to nature, rather than bending nature to ourselves. What this means is that...
I'm sorry, is somebody talking in my chat? Who's talking about pride? I'm responding to whoever keeps adding you. Who's adding you? just debating. Is it you two, Brodio and Freddie? I'm losing my fucking mind.
Because everything is both out of our control, but also ordered neatly according to plan, according to fate, the only thing that can be out of step with all this is our own souls. We are wrong. We have bad desires, bad reactions, incorrect judgments, and we must focus on our own internal soul, not the externally ordered, God-given world that's always right. We should, according to Zeno, live in harmony with nature by changing ourselves to do so. First, this is a very particular...
I'm living in harmony with screens, which are made out of nature, sort of.
...worldview.
I'm at one with the sand.
And you can see in it the Stoic influence on early Christianity. The concept of original sin, for example, that we're born wrong and have to work on ourselves to fix ourselves, to get us back to where we should be. And all of this, while sounding good, ignores the fact that often the reverse is true. That we bend and mould nature and the world to our own desires as much as we bend ourselves to fit in to what nature requires of us. In other words, we shape the external world as much as the external world shapes us.
I agree with that.
We are, after all, a pretty handy species. A dam is a great example. The Stoic view is that a flood is an act of God, an act of nature, and that to live in accordance with nature, we should not live near somewhere that could be flooded, say.
Well, there have been a lot of floods over the last year. I've been covering one a week. So God is like, not happy.
We should avoid arid land if we want to grow crops, but we should also live near water to fish in it. But we also invent dams, bridges, sea defences, boats. We, in some way, have control over nature. We use nature, we direct it for our purposes. In his book on Stoicism, philosopher William Irvine says, we can either spend this moment wishing it could be different, or we can embrace this moment. But this advice could sound just as good in reverse. We can either spend this moment resigned to acceptance, or we can fight to change it. Is this not the basis of engineering, science?
And this is the problem with most of like pop philosophy or pop psychology content all over the internet. Basically anything said in the right way with the right tone.
My niece was given a second-hand talking Elmo doll. It only speaks Japanese and nobody knows how to turn it off. Sometimes it just starts talking to itself randomly, even in the middle of the night. Sometimes it laughs at a joke that only it can hear.
That's actually... Wait, is that a philosophy thing? But also that's actually kind of funny. It's like my Furby. My Furby was trying to tell me stuff back in the day. Gone too soon, rest in peace. Sorry I murdered you.
Of progress itself.
Anyway, the point I was making, thank you for the $5. The point I was making is that delivered in the right tone, people are delivering this information as if it is applicable to every scenario. And some mindsets will be good for some people and bad for others. But resigning to this is just the way things are is probably the most frustrating one for me. It's probably true that there is not a significant amount of change available to most of us. Most of us will live and die within 10% of our current personalities and within 10% of our current socioeconomic status. That's just the reality of it. The problem is social media gives you access to the exceptions and makes you bitter and jealous, and then all of a sudden the predators come out of nowhere and they prey on you wanting to be the exception as well. And the way capitalism works is it's just destroying people. These relationship gurus, these self-help gurus. Hollywood has done it long before social media, as in, like, they have definitely framed social conversation. I mean, the 90s were a great time for overweight funny men. Remember? Every single movie was like an overweight funny dude who got a really hot chick who managed to see through all of his terrible, goofy qualities. I wonder who those movies were written by. What's wrong with fat funny guys? Absolutely nothing. But that genre of movie, I hate to tell you, is not the norm. Fat funny guys absolutely slay. But what ended up happening was a lot of fat funny guys thought those movies meant that they were going to fuck. And then when real life didn't work out the same way as the movies did, they didn't get the really hot girl, well, then they became bitter and pissed off and angry. And who those movies were written for and lying to. Yeah, but it was also social, like, it's you know, these movies socially condition us all. No, Hollywood didn't create incels. No. No. That was actually a lesbian woman from Canada. I'm not joking. A lesbian woman from Canada accidentally created the incel community. There's documentaries on it. You can go watch it if you want. I've watched it on this channel before. But if you are interested to how the incel community came about, yeah, it was a lonely lesbian woman who accidentally created a community that, yeah.
Fatalism has gone out of fashion. In history, for
you just look it up. Just be like, when did the incel community start? We've watched it on here. You might even be able to find it in Discord Vox, potentially.
For example, we no longer believe in what's called teleology, that there's a predetermined end to history. Theological views of fate have also been contradicted by modern science. Astrology replaced by astronomy. Evolution, for example, is not teleological, it's random selection. The idea that you should love your fate is also quite slavish. Holiday says that you should not only love fate, but say, I'm going to be better for this happening to me. It's the whatever doesn't kill you will make you stronger mantra. And sure, it sounds good, but it's demonstrably false. Some things quite clearly harm us and don't make us stronger. They should be avoided or rallied and fought against. Should a slave love their fate, or should they rally against their chains? Should women have not agitated for the vote? Both of these things were said to be contrary to nature at the time. The slave was
This is why you don't find so many women embracing stoicism in the same way that it appeals to other people.
Naturally in bondage after being defeated or by being a lesser species.
Farmers, thank you for gifting.
Captain Farmers gifted a tier 1 sub to Corp. They have given 874 gift subs in the channel.
Pushed and pulled around by their desires to vote properly, to vote responsibly. Should someone who loses a child, for example, or someone who lives through a horrific war, or lives their life in servitude, really always say, I'm better off for for having this happen to me. This is historically illiterate. It's ahistorical. So Epictetus was a slave. Seneca was at the centre of a madman's empire. What about
Women's love Islam and Christianity, though, where they're told to be furniture. Okay. Firstly, let's be a little bit more respectful. Islam has some issues, but the Islamic women who practice that do not perceive it that way. Right? When you believe in Allah and you believe in the modesty and you believe in the patriarchal ideals that are associated with that religion, those women can find comfort in that situation. A lot of women do find comfort in that situation. A lot of women find it empowering in that situation. Now, my personal opinion is different because my existence on this planet has been different. But there are times, right? Even though you look at a lot of like the destabilized Middle East, which the West had a lot to do with, by the way, and you look at the state of things for women and you're like, oh, that's pretty fucking bad, right? I wouldn't want to be a woman living in the Middle East. That is for sure. That being said, sometimes I think if the world were to go to shit, there are women who live in that part of the world who potentially might be better looked after than how women are treated in other countries where we currently have more rights. It's more complicated than being like, yeah, we all learn to love our own prisons that exist because it's cope. It's cope. Everyone can participate in their own oppression. It's not exclusive to women, especially if it's an oppression that you were raised in. It can feel like a warm fucking hug, but it's most of the time it's cope. But do you know how hard it is? How many Muslim women do you think have like the means and resources to just pack up and want to leave everything they've ever known? Because I'm going to tell you, it's not a lot. Not when the indoctrination into a specific religion is so deep and it feels so massive. It's just not, it's not bizarre to not want to leave that. And it is an incredibly difficult thing to do. Like there are people who are deconstructing Christianity, deconstructing any religion that they have been a part of, and it's traumatizing. And a lot of those people, like a lot of Amish people who leave the Amish community and go out and live in the world, they find themselves going back to the Amish community because human connection, even if it is partially oppressed, sometimes feels more meaningful than the alternative of being alone somewhere where you're free. Oppression you are raised in does not appear to be oppression to the oppressed. Correct. Correct. It's just such a personal journey. It's such a personal journey to want to either reflect on it. You know, how many women, for example, stay with men who maybe don't fulfill obligations or the maternal or child or the household labor, right? And say they enjoy it and it's fine. There are a lot of women who do that. There are a lot of men who stay in absolutely loveless marriages and have affairs, and they justify that. But then what happens if they get found out having an affair? They're like beg to go back to their wife. Yeah, Freddie, no. Incorrect. God, you have some shit takes. I was just directly replying to your statement that women don't adopt stoicism because of how women were viewed back then. Women don't adopt stoicism because we were viewed as failed men.
Like the wise philosopher king Marcus Aurelius. Well,
Chad.
Aurelius lived through one of the worst periods in Roman history. He had bad health, might have been an opium addict, had a wife who had affairs and supposedly slept with gladiators at their seaside villa. During his reign, Rome was attacked by the Parthians in the east.
No wonder he came up with stoicism. I shan't kill my wife for getting other dick. I shan't kill my wife for getting other dick. I have to be at peace. I am at one with the universe.
Leading to a 4-year war, then by Germans in the north, then by the Antonine Plague, which killed millions from Europe to Asia. According to witnesses, the dead were piled up outside homes as groans of agony came from within. The war with the German tribes in the north was
Maybe
bad.
he was the OG
In one
cuck.
battle, the Germans
We don't know.
defeated and killed 20,000 Romans. And to top it off, in 175 AD, one of Aurelius's own generals rebelled, claiming the throne for himself. Most Eastern Romans supported his cause, and some sources even say that Marcus's own wife took his side. The rebellion lasted months. Aurelius was about to march east when luckily a centurion killed the general. Marcus did not enjoy his job, admitted he had trouble controlling his anger, had a dim view of and often seemed to despise
Correct,
other
Ulata.
people.
That's what I'm
And
basically talking
to top
about
it
today.
off, his son, Commodus, was a bit of a disappointment to say the least. He was assassinated not long after he took the throne. No wonder Marcus was drawn to a philosophy that divides the world up into internals and externals. Historian Barry Strauss writes, he could be harsh or capricious. He reinforced class distinctions. Persecution of Christians increased on the local level during his reign, and Marcus surely bears some responsibility. Living with the constant threat of treachery and pestilence, it's no surprise that Aurelius needed to meditate so carefully on the nature of death. So is it any wonder that he told himself, quote, to
Great hair, though.
despise not death, smile rather at its coming. It is among the things that nature wills. And to recommend to take it that you have died today, and your life story is ended, and henceforth regard what further time you may be given as uncovenanted surplus, and live it out with harmony with nature. In fact,
I do think that's nice sentiment anyway.
Aurelius talks endlessly about death and dying, as if he's trying.
Do you know what's really interesting? I could be the reincarnation of Marcus Aurelius. Ask my mum. Ask my mum. I actually could. I could have been Marcus Aurelius in my previous life. Do you want to know how I know? So, basically, as a child, I was obsessed with death. Tricks view, I don't understand. Pokey is Marcus Aurelius? Incorrect. Nobody was obsessed with death as a child as me. No, I didn't experience someone dying young. I would just ask my mother every day about dying. From when I was 2.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Hi Marcus Aurelius. Hope you've been well, looking good for your age. Fan of your works,
Thanks.
must say.
Thanks. I'm actually writing an ebook at the moment, and it will include, my memories of my past life. So yeah. It's true. We could all be partial. But I'm the most Marcus Aurelius reincarnation, actually. You can be Spartacus, Karma. It's fine. Mamiro, thank you for the 47 months. Thank you for your prime. But no, it's actually me because I was so obsessed with death. When will it be published? When enough people give me money that I feel benevolent enough to publish it. What was I actually going to say that was very serious? I can't remember. I was too busy just then thinking about how I sang myself happy birthday at 1 and wondering if Marcus Aurelius did the same thing. Arbelin.
To convince himself of something that he does in fact fear.
Yeah, something like that,
as if the
Mamiro.
lady doth protest a bit too much. The Roman historian Cassius Dio tells us that he did not meet with the good fortune that he deserved, for he was not strong in body and was involved in a multitude of troubles throughout practically his entire reign. But for my part, I admire him all the more for this very reason, that amid unusual and extraordinary difficulties he both survived...
Yeah, but with each reincarnation you get a new gift. And obviously, I am the embodiment of logic and deep river thinking. And with the dash of the evolved feminine beauty and artistic merit that only comes with being a woman. You know, it's an upgrade.
himself and preserved the empire. And the philosopher J.A. Mollison sums it up like this: if one suffers slavery, as Epictetus did, advises a violent and impulsive emperor, as Seneca did, or faces wars on multiple fronts, as Marcus did, then the invitation to turn away from the external world towards the inner citadel of reason may provide great comfort. But am I being unfair? Stoicism, as I said at the beginning...
Why did you lol at the embodiment of logic? Everybody knows that I am the most logical person on twitch.tv / every single channel. Like, I don't know why you think I'm not being serious. No, Mamira, that's based. It's obviously more proof that I am the reincarnation of Marcus Aurelius. You don't want the answer to that? Trust me. No, go on. Answer, King. Go on, Freddy. Now's your time. You're in the spotlight. It's your time to shine. Shine bright. Please don't make me do this. Do it. Do it. Today is your day of judgment. Today is your day. You live or you die. You live by the sword. You die by the sword. Today is the day you are judged by your peers and by me. Spit it out. Spit it out. You're the chosen one. I'm trying to be the bigger man and respectfully walk away from this potential powder keg. See, that's so insulting. Are you saying I'm too emotional to have this conversation with you? Are you saying my emotions will get the better of me? Freddie, give me exactly one sentence on why I shouldn't ban you. You get one sentence. Final words. No, you get one more sentence. You get one more. You've had terrible takes all night, and then you're like, you're not logical, you're actually dumb. Why are you here? Does it make you feel good about yourself? Hmm? You wanted to go. I know you wanted to go. You wouldn't have said the sentence that you said if you did. No, you said that. You're gaslighting me. You can take a 10-minute timeout. You can humble yourself and apologize for what you did wrong. Or I will permaban you. Now, chat, this has been an example of Nero-esque interpretations of Stoicism, right? Power is as power does. You know? What's in my control? Banning every single one of you. Especially annoying ones. Overreacting? I'm just at one with nature. Because logic is inherently emotional. And one of the greatest fallacies of all time is the idea that you can separate logic from emotion. Emotion has to be inherent in logic for it to be logical. And a lot of modern stoic bros are like, I'm actually just logical and I don't let my emotions control my feelings or my points of view. Also, Freddie is annoying. He deserves at least a 10-minute timeout. Like, seriously, if I were to pull up some of the messages that this... Look. Actually, can I shame somebody while they're not here to defend themselves? Yes, I can. I'm Nero. Scrolling up. Oh, God, so much. Stoicism is a philosophy of masculinity. Sorry, so funny. Okay, the rest of this is kind of fine. Freddie is not that bad. Like, the occasional problematic sentence, but really not that bad.
Logically, you need money to survive in a capitalist system. Logically, somebody has to give it to you. Logically, it has to be a team effort. Go Team Socialism.
Anonymous, thank you for the 1170. I don't even think we need to look. I don't know how to unban someone. Unban Freddie. What was his name? Freddie Phantom. Freddie Phantom something. There's numbers, right? What are they? You can cancel a timeout with the timeout button. 7. Yeah, I'm not used to modding for myself. That work? No, see, I'm also giving you another life lesson here, chat. And that is, as a woman, I'm willing to admit to mistakes I've made and make things better. I don't think it worked though. Hold on. Also, not a none thanks to the 100 bits. Hold on. I got Freddie. Oh, it's probably not. Hold on. Timeout 10 minutes. It's probably almost been untimeout. I'm so funny. Okay, it's fixed. What a fun, happy time.
Beginning, it does still seem useful. There's much to admire. And that Stoicism has some important insights on the one hand and seems to be incoherent on the other can be seen in the 19th century.
See, and that's giving woman. Surely, though, you are like the river we should endure and not the dam? Depends on the day.
Uber Chad Friedrich Nietzsche's take on the philosophy. In much of his work...
It's been too long. Nice. I'm never wrong smile.
No, you are wrong. I am always right. There's a difference. I assume that got us to a nice. Chat, would you like to claim some oxytocin today? Are you a virgin? Well, there's an oxytocin delivery right there just for you. Sorry, I realize if you just joined the stream, the "Are you a virgin?" comment won't make sense in the fact that I'm not technically asking you if you are a virgin. Someone came in and asked me if I was a virgin. So I was just passing that along as a gift to you all because I'm such a kind, benevolent leader. So yeah. Yeah, you're so welcome. This evil woman is trying to take our stoicism away, which is the only thing from protecting us from her womanly magics. And I will win. No stoicism for you. Of course someone would ask that on here. Oh yeah, it was a fun little interaction. It's not even the weekend yet. I think it's because I got rated and so my viewer count's a little bigger. So we're just getting a few more people because I'm at the top of the list, you know. At the top of some people's lists, not that many people's lists. Maybe you could share the stream around. Hey, Blue, maybe you could go around and ask all your friends to put me at the top of their lists. Or you could not do that because it would probably come off really culty and weird. I'm good. Don't tell anybody we're here. It's a secret, okay?
Nietzsche takes inspiration from the Stoics. He actually likes their love of fate. He admires their self-sufficiency, with making yourself as resilient to external pressure.
Some sort of bee got rated in by Julia, probably. Welcome though, hi. Good morning. I hope this is the best coffee content you've ever had. I'm unpacking stoicism for the men because I have so much leftover empathy as an empath to give over because, you know, my cup is just overflowing with energy and empathy to give, especially to men who require it. So
pressures as possible. He said, "We free spirits are the last of the Stoics." But he also saw where Stoicism came from. He wrote that Stoicism may well be advisable.
Oh my God, good morning, everybody. Let me give you the TLDR. Good morning, everyone. My name's Pixel. I'm out of personality. I don't have any left. I'm sorry. But we're talking about stoicism and how to fix men. I'm joking. That's not possible. I'm joking again. Is it femsplaining? Spell it right. It's Femme splaining if you're going to femsplain. You know, like a femme. I didn't do a great job of introducing myself. My personality is kind of bad, but relatable to other bad people.
Visible for those with whom fate impoverishes and who live in violent times and depend on impulsive and dangerous people. And at other times, he absolutely despises the Stoics, especially their view that emotions and passions are actually externals, things that happen to us, things we should...
Yeah, I know no one takes me seriously. That's why we watch videos of men. I get taken serious by proxy, all right? You listen to the man, I agree with the man, you take me seriously. That's how it works, right?
Fight against things that are irrational compared to what's important, living in accordance with our reason and peaceful eudaimonic virtue. He wrote that the primary intention of Stoic education to annihilate easy excitability, to restrict more and more the number of objects.
Say I'm a terrible Stoic because I'm so easily excitable. Give me a new Taylor Swift album, you know? A good piece of bread.
That can affect a person at all, belief in the contemptibility and low worth of most things that arouse the passions.
See, the idea that things that arouse the passions are of low worth, I disagree with. Because some of those things are the only thing that I fucking live for. Oh my god, is that the Nat T? My famous friend Nat? My super famous friend Nat? Everybody in my channel already knows Nat. What an interesting time to raid. Yeah, we're unpacking stoicism. I fix men for a living, and unfortunately, too many men have misinterpreted the Stoics, and so I have taken on the burden as a good woman with excess emotional labor to spare to fix them. I'm a real gift. Welcome. Nat, thank you for the raid. Did you win MMR? Matt, did you play? Did you win MMR? Tell me. Tell me you won. Did you win? Also, I might play later if people are interested. She promoted to Legend 1? Shut up. That's gotta be a lie. What? Really? Huh? What? Huh? Really? Huh? Wait, is Nat Legend now? What's MMR? Mumps, measles, and rubella. It's the vaccine, actually, that was the one associated with autism fakely. It does not give you autism. But it's the one that everybody tricked. Or the scam was about and all of the stuff. Yeah. I mean, Nat is a legend. My autism would beg to differ. You definitely got it from the vaccine, did you? So given we are stoic men, do we get sandwiches? Where's the snacks? Yeah. So for some men, if you are vulnerable to some Pavlovian conditioning, then sandwiches can be integrated into the fixing. I'm sorry. I'm really actually very funny. I'm not. I'm a woman. um. No, I'm actually just funny, Mr. Fu Young Hai. Fuck, man. You just don't expect it because you're like, wow, that's so sexy. What a good joke. You're like, I don't know what to do with that. That's what's going on right now. You're confused. The universe has shifted. Actually, you probably already knew that women can be funny because you all were watching Nat. Obviously. I cannot do that, Phil, because there is nothing I love more than committing to a bit. Like, I don't ever want any of you to be able to know whether I am serious or not. That way there is always an element of deniability in everything I say or do. I'm actually a genius. And you should fear me because I murdered my Furby. I murdered my Furby and I laugh at my own jokes. You should be fucking terrified. Can you read the comment before you respond? I actually can't read. Sorry. Sorry. I can try. Does that mean we can gamble on whether or not you're being serious or not? No. No, you can't. Gambling is bad unless it has to do with Dota. Okay? That's where I draw my moral line. You murdered a Furby. They murder people. I'm so scared of you. You should be. It was screaming when it died. I smothered it. It wouldn't be quiet. You were educated in Australia, so you being able to read checks out. The fairy porn I've been reading begs to differ. So, what do you have to say about that? Yeah. Killing a Furby isn't very vegan. I'm not vegan. And that was before I was even vegan in the first place. Was it a good read? Would recommend. It was A Court of Thorns and Roses. The first half of the book was a slog with very little plot, in my opinion. But the second half of the plot gave like Dune, Hunger Games, sexy love triangle. And I was kind of, it picked up. I was able to read through it. It was good. I did see today's lyric, Blue, even statues crumble. Anyway, I hate to be that girl, but I am that girl, in which I'm about to be a giant BITCH and turn on follower only mode. And it's not because I hate you guys. I don't. I love you deeply within my soul. But I'm also just a girl on the internet, and I'm not trying to scam your follow. I'm just trying to not deal with people who hate me. Or if I have to deal with people who hate me, like I make them put in a little bit of work for it, you know, like the click of a button. I don't hate you. I don't. I want you all to keep chatting to me because you like Nat. Nat's cool. And if you stay here, then I am cool because of proximity to Nat. Do you know? Like, that's so validating for me. Also, Nat and I have been friends for like 7 years, so. It's a trap. She's trying to scam your follow. I am. I was looking for a new blood sac. Follower only mode is fine. The 10-minute wait is not fine. That's a good point, I suppose. To be fair, to explain myself, I was recently really badly stalked and harassed. That's all. I'm really sensitive at the moment. I'm really sensitive. I'm really struggling with logic. My emotions have taken over. Being a woman's a scam. Hence, I'm wearing my scary Freddy Krueger top, apparently. To be fair, that's 10 minutes where a man can't talk, which is novel. That's what I actually do. That's my goal here, silencing men. I'm actually just sucking your life force. Oh, I don't like that phrasing. I'm acquiring your life force via Twitch messages. It's very sexy. Anyway, back to the Stoics. I hope you all enjoy. Please feel free to subscribe.
Hatred and hostility against excitement, as if the passions themselves were a sickness or something ignoble. Scrutiny for all ugly and distressing revelations of suffering, in some petrification as a remedy against suffering. He continues that this view is repugnant to...
That's right. If you give in to the nature of the passions, if you give in to the nature of your passions, you will undoubtedly suffer. But I think you're going to suffer anyway, and the passions are kind of fun, so I disagree with the Stoics on that one. I rudimental interpretations of philosophy are so fun. Like, they really are. They're so fun.
To him because it underestimates the worth of pain. It is as useful and beneficial as pleasure, the worth of excitation and passion.
Oh my god, I literally just pre-watched A Philosopher. I'm a genius, and you're welcome.
And he complains of the indifference and stone column coldness which the Stoics prescribed and applied as a cure for the feverish idiocy of the emotions. The passions, the emotions, what used to be referred to as the affects, things that affect you, that seem to come from outside your mind, come in many forms.
Keith. When you look at me, with what you know of me, from the 5 minutes of content that you've watched, what philosophy do I give? When you look at me, what do you like? What's she vibing with? What do I give? You tell me. Delusion. No, a specific philosophy. Chat. Chaos. Delusionism. I am going to. Is drugs a philosophy? Repressed Epicureanism. Postmodernist? Atheist. Hot gay cookism. Basic humanism, feminism. You just basically called me a basic bitch, Jaeger. What the fuck? Elm Streetism? I would say boxes. Guys, do you want to know what I am vibing with right now? It's absurdism. I am very much kind of like in the flow of absurdist perceptions of the world right now. It's all fucking insane. I used to vibe with the optimistic nihilism, that is, nothing means anything, so you can give meaning to whatever you want and have it be meaningful. Now I'm like, wow, this shit is fucking mad. Whatever. Yeah, it's kind of like, well, I'm into whatever says fuck capitalism. Oh, my philosophy absolutely says fuck capitalism, for sure. Absurdism is the remedy to nihilism. That's what it feels like. At least that has been my path so far. But I am on the path. We're all on the path. Where are you on your path? Are there trees? Is there a lake? Are there other men on the path? Are you fucking... I'm sorry. I think I might be tired. Anyway, that was me giving you an example of absurdism. See? Perfect. I'm the academic of the future. Fear me. Don't. You can cringe, it's fine. So why are we doing Stoics? Because men are killing themselves through misinterpretations of Stoicism. Men feel bad and they want to regain some control over their lives. So they walk into a bookstore and they buy Marcus Aurelius, Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and other fucking Stoic texts, right? And then they walk out of those books and they're like, do you know what Stoicism is? It's being indifferent. And they do these misinterpretations. It's being calm. It's having no emotion. And then all of a sudden, all these men pack all of their feelings down into, I don't know, some tiny little hole in their stomach. And then they decide not to be alive anymore. That's not Stoicism, is it all? Obviously, I'm aware. But it is what people are interpreting Stoicism as through like pop philosophy and pop psychology. Would you agree with that at least?
Boy!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to casual_links.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting Casual Links. That's wild. You disagree that it's happening?
Joy, excitability, fear, anxiety, anger, love, zeal. For the most part, the Stoics argued that they're externals, that they happen
some sort of
to us, or at least that they're the result of faulty judgments about what's happening to us, leading to a negative emotion like anger or fear about something. But importantly, our reason, our virtue, our judgment is...
Also, I do think people really misinterpret the indifference. And they think Stoicism is like, I can't control that, therefore I am indifferent to it. And they misinterpret that part. So they basically, instead of processing the world in a healthy way where they still consume things that they can't control, they go, no, I am indifferent. And then we end up with rugged individualism and where we are today, which is fighting for our goddamn lives.
Separate. Our souls are separate. Instead of indulging the passions too much, we should follow our reason, follow our souls, and seek eudaimonia, seek tranquility and virtue. Holiday says,
And then often by being anxious, by being worried, by taking things personally, by being afraid, we're taking our eye off the ball. And so I want you to see those emotions not just as unpleasant, but actively destructive, because they are. Stuff's gonna happen in life that makes us emotional, but we have to realize that we're only compounding that by acting.
Guys, do you see all the books in the background? Remember how I said this? When you see lots of books in the background.
Stuff's gonna.
Wow, look at is he filming in a library? Is this a shoot location? The fuck? And I bet none of it is very smart, which means you can't take anything he says seriously.
Happen in life that makes us emotional, but we have to realize that we're only compounding that by acting on those emotions.
The Stoics adopt this mind-body dualism in which the mind is a spiritual soul and the body, and that includes the emotions, is capricious, unstable, wildly passionate, like a horse that's resisting, that's outside of your control. This does not align with contemporary.
Chat, admit it to me, how many of you picture yourselves as horses? No, that's probably more existentialist. Mr. Fuyang. It's probably more existentialist. Only in the bedroom. You need to go watch Bosch. I don't feel intelligent enough to be in this stream. You play Dota. You're obviously very smart. This is just an extension of that. Dota is the beginning. Philosophy is the end. And you never stop learning. Dota is actually, it has a lot in common with philosophy in that Dota's skill ceiling is extremely high, as is the philosophy skill ceiling, endless. Endless, endless. Endless. Think of my stream as gaining MMR, but for life. I'm so sorry, that's so obnoxious. Who am I? Don't listen to me. I'm just a girl on the internet, but I'm funny and worth $5 minimum. So honestly, most of the time I think that's an undersell. Yep.
Studies. The neuroscientist Antonio Damasio, for example, has influentially argued that emotions are part of our cognition. They're not just part of being human, which they are, they're also part of how we reason, how we engage with and appraise the world.
Thanks, Mr. Fuyang-ho.
Emotions orientate us in the world. The sudden fear of something directs our attention towards something that might be dangerous. Hunger towards food, laughter towards friendship, passions and zeal and excitement towards projects that we think are worthwhile, and so on.
Like Dota.
Emotions colour the world in for us. We shouldn't push them.
Oh my god, that scam is never supposed to work. You just gave a woman on the internet $5. Do you know what you did? You've undone years of patriarchal power. No, you've undone it. You've betrayed every single man to have ever existed in history by supporting evil women. And I am an evil woman. But I will take your $5 and I will spend it on a castle in Scotland. I'm actually not lying. I'm going to Scotland next month and I will be spending your money on a castle. I still need like a few extra million, but I'm manifesting. So.
We should listen to them. We should use them. We should live through them, acknowledging that they're part of our very constitution. For example, Holiday says,
And then you realize, oh, the anxiety has nothing to do with any of the things. It's actually, Mark Aurelius talks about this in Meditations. He says, I escaped anxiety. And then he goes, no, actually, I discarded it. And he writes this during a plague, no less. But he goes, I discarded it because it was within me. That was a breakthrough I sort of had. I was like, oh, I thought I was stressed and anxious and worried because of all of these very reasonable things that cause.
See, this is the interesting thing, right? Because like deep down, when I'm anxious, in my head, I can discard the anxiety. Do you know what I can't discard? The fact that my body then ceases to be able to digest food. Like, I can fight it in my brain. I have such strong brain power, but whatever nervous system is responsible for my anxious response to anything.
Marmusique gifted a tier 1 sub to Cam 1252. They have given 180 gift subs in the channel.
Cam, why are you being adopted by the gays? What did you do? How did you end up an ally? As mother once said, fuck the patriarchy. Ah. Oh. Oh yeah, you actually might like it here. That's so funny. Anyway, I'm about to sing Taylor Swift songs once we get through this video, so yeah.
As those things in your life, work, family stuff, and then when all that gets pared down, you realize it's like, oh no, it was me.
Now, of course, many emotions, like anything, can be harmful if they're felt too much, if they take us over, or if they negatively affect our lives. But I think saying that anxiety is about the person, rather than, for example, what they went through, or the context, or a condition, can be a pretty harmful message. Sometimes anxiety is trivial, mistaken, sure. But sometimes anxiety can alert us to a very real problem, a real danger.
Well, see, this is the fucked up thing about my anxiety. What if it's real and there is a real danger? Like, what if, like, my body is trying to tell me something and I'm just not listening hard enough? Do you know what I mean?
Real issue, either in the world or within ourselves. What we feel as negative often has a positive value. It's important to feel. It's important to travel through the emotions rather than judge them, rather than push them away, something separate from us. What if suffering is important for empathy? What if pain is important for pleasure? Anger important for justice? Sadness for processing loss? And so on.
Okay, guys, I need to be very real with you. If you are new here, I just need to give you an example of this. And I'm about to show you my deformity. And I know that sounds very intimate, but it's a real story and there are new people here and the new people have to know. So I have arthritis. Okay. Wow, deep. I'm so unique. I'm so special. So different. Not really. But for a very long time, I just thought that in my joints, the pain that I was having in the joints of my hand was just the arthritis that I have, right? Because I was a ballet dancer, malnourished, got arthritis, whatever. Anyway, not the point. Anyway, it turns out my thumb has been broken for 4 years, maybe longer. And maybe my body's been trying to tell me, maybe the anxiety has been trying to tell me that my thumb has been subluxed for a very long time. And I probably should have got it fixed. Anyway, I have an appointment in June when I get back from castle shopping. No, I don't have hitchhiker's thumb because I can't even put it up because it's broken, you guys. It's deformed. I am deformed and I am ugly. Sorry. It's from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Moving on.
What if, in short, It's important to feel. Nietzsche's Übermensch Zarathustra says, in order for the creator to be, suffering is needed.
Not really
and
kind of
much
hot nosed
transformation.
rhinos.
And he says the tremendous tension.
I think it was from working in hospitality.
And imparted to the intellect by its desire to oppose and counter pain makes him see everything he now beholds in a new light, with dreadful clear-sightedness as to the nature of his being. He cries to himself, raise yourself above your life as above your suffering, look down into the deep and the unfathomable depths. Several studies have backed up this idea.
I am a bit concerned about what's in my unfathomable depths. My therapist keeps suggesting that we have some digging to do. I just don't know. And I'm not like 100% convinced of talk therapy. Hey, Jump.
That we need to feel a full range of emotions to help lead a balanced life. Emotions help us to evaluate what happens to us and decide what to do about it. What this shows is that emotions are a complex but important part of our lives, for better and for worse. It's not to justify being an angry or pessimistic or melancholic person.
Suppose you know it's real.
It's just to say that we often underestimate the reasons we're feeling a certain way and fail to appreciate or analyse or work through or experience them properly. Nietzsche summed it up like this: the passions have been brought into ill repute on account of those who were not sufficiently strong to employ them. What if?
That's right. You have to be brave to fuck and then deal with the consequences of fucking. And I'm a virgin. Sorry, that's a throwback to the beginning of the stream. I realize there's new people here now and that joke's not going to make sense to them. But
instead of positing death as something to resign to, life as something fleeting, emotions as something to be overcome, and nature as something that happens fatalistically to us, we instead see ourselves as something connected to the world, as something in a positive relationship to it, ourselves sometimes shaping it, changing it, moulding it, using it, protecting it. What if, rather than being indifferent and limiting what we value, we actively value? We make leaps of passionate faith. We say, yes, I want this. We acknowledge that we are moved by and move the world. What if, rather than amor fati, rather than loving fate, we rage and rally against it? Instead, what if we say pugna fati, fight fate? In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche wrote sarcastically, "So you want to live according to nature? Oh, you noble Stoics, what a fraud is in this phrase. Imagine something like nature, profligate without measure, indifferent without measure, without purpose and regard, without mercy and justice,
Nietzsche.
fertile and barren and uncertain at the same time. Living, isn't that wanting specifically to be something other than this nature? Isn't living assessing, preferring, being unfair, being limited, wanting to be different?" The German philosopher George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel also had a dim view of the Stoics. He also believed it was a particularly Roman way of seeing the world, a world which was divided into masters and slaves. He argued that Stoicism emerged from a slave consciousness. The slave, oppressed by its master, turns inwards to the only true freedom it has.
And now, under capitalism, the oppressed turn inwards to the only thing they can control, and that is reading fairy porn. Like, you think I'm joking, but it's not. Everything we do is cope. Whether it's playing Dota, whether it's turning inward, whether it's fucking streaming philosophy. It's all cope, my friends. I can't tell with your accent whether you're saying furry or or fairy. I'll leave that one up to you. Why not both?
Their own thought, the only thing no one can take away from it. This leads to skepticism, to always saying no to everything external, turning away from the external world into something else, and ultimately, Hegel says, to an unhappy consciousness that denies its connection to God and the world. The Stoic slave says, yes, there might be events in the world that seek to dominate me, that seek to destroy or manipulate me. Yes, the world is bad, but my judgments are always free. And so the slave puts up a psychological wall of self-defense, but it cannot account.
The example I gave of this today on Twitter was, I think we've reached a point in online discourse, especially on TikTok, where it's just virtue signaling round and round in circles, and it's bad. It's like someone will post a video of themselves dancing, and in the comments they'll be like, why haven't you said anything about Gaza? And maybe that person has said something about Gaza, maybe they haven't. But it's like you can't do all the good things at once. And you can't speak on every issue at once. And some of these issues are so big. And like, yeah, it's really bad, Blue. Yeah, it's so bad. And we've gotten to the point where it's just, the conversation is useless. People are impossible to please.
Count for an important fact, no matter how
Quick, Louis, that is exactly the book I just finished. I'm up to Mist and Fury now.
high and how well constructed that wall is, the world keeps happening to it, and it keeps happening to the world. The slave keeps desiring, wanting, needing, feeling, knowing, and the pressures and challenges of the world keep bumping up against it, daring it to engage with the world, to change the conditions it finds itself in, to drive history forward. Why else do we invent things? Why else do we make our cases, make arguments, start projects? As philosopher Bernard Regenster writes, the creative individual deliberately seeks to confront and break boundaries, to expand the domain of human experience, to overcome limitations hitherto unchallenged, and to vanquish resistance perhaps thought unassailable. Rather than saying, it's not that this thing that's happened to me is bad, it's
why people say it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. Like, it's so ingrained in our psyches now, and that's why so many people are just comfortable sitting in it.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Hot Cross Bun.
My judgment of it that's bad. We instead put our own chips on the table and say, my judgment of this thing as being bad is true. I'm going to go out on a limb and fight for it. I'm going to make the case, make the argument. I'm going to embody it passionately, this fight, this project. I'm going to say this law, this convention, this idea, this poison, this person, this argument, this video, it's bad. In making a value judgment about something, we make plans. We think through into the future about what sort.
It's like when these days people are saying, yeah, in order to get somewhere in life, you have to invest in the property market. Another way of saying that is to get somewhere in this life, you need to profit off providing housing to someone who can't afford to do the same. Sounds a little different, right? When you use different language.
What sort of lives we want to lead, what we want to design, build, write, what sort of friendships we might want, or where we want to go and how we might want to get there. Stoicism advises to live in the moment as if each could be your last.
Memento mori.
Mori. Do every act of your life as though it was the very last act of your life.
It feels like that is right
Aurelius
now,
said.
Israel.
Again, this sounds good, but it's not a comprehensible philosophy. It doesn't all hang together. No action makes sense without reference to a longer plan. What if, instead, we lived every act of our lives as if we're going to live a lifetime? Is this not more life-affirming? To live as if we're making each moment part of a greater whole, thinking through our long-term plans, long-term...
I wish
for crying out loud!
Capitalism is like cat boy your pants. It's safer and more comfortable to just sit in it and not move too much. Kyle Shart.
I think that one speaks for itself.
projects, greater life goals. Living each day as if it's your last.
This is what I was going to say. I'm so bad at long-term planning. I've never been good at it. I think I've always been too depressed to be able to make long-term plans, but I have realized as I've gotten older that some form of long-term planning is really important for mental health because it gives you something to look forward to. And life feels absolutely terrible when you don't have anything to look forward to.
As if life is fleeting and that you might be slaughtered by a Roman emperor or a barbarian horde at any moment is incoherent. We can only live with dreams. Historian Henry Gruber makes this point in reference to Seneca, who in the midst of war sees his estate given to plunder, his daughters outraged by the enemy, and his native city taken over by the enemy. Seneca says, amid swords flashing on every side and the uproar of soldiers bent on pillage, amid flames and blood and the havoc of a smitten city, amid the crash of temples falling upon their gods, one man alone had peace. As Gruber says, this is a horrific passage. All this has happened to Seneca, and yet still, apparently, quote, the sage stands unmoved. Amor fati? No. Pugna fati. Plan, dream, live, desire, hope, fight against fate. To think about why...
I do think that like going with the flow is only good for a certain amount of time. I think that we create our own prisons, and unless you do kind of fight against yourself, sometimes you will end up not doing much. Because it takes a lot sometimes to push yourself out of your comfort zone.
Stoicism is having a resurgence, we should think about our own moment, our own historical moment, and think about its relationship to philosophy. Modernity, the rise of science, democracy, industry, technology, is about one thing more than anything: control. Science and technology in particular, since the Enlightenment, has been about what the sociologist Max Weber has called the...
No, there is nothing particularly wrong with not doing much. Right? I didn't do a lot for a very long time. Mainly because I was in pain. But when you have had being able to do things taken away from you, and then you get some sort of reprieve, I do things more now after my experience with pain than I ever did before. And to be fair, I am still not a particularly like super happy-go-lucky person. And my coping mechanism when I get overwhelmed or struggle is very much doing nothing. I love doing nothing. I wish I wasn't that person. I wish I was something different. But that was ingrained in me as a teenager. So that being said, doing new things and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone makes time go slower. It can stop your brain deteriorating. Doing nothing sometimes feels like a radical reclamation of control. That's where my doing nothing absolutely comes from. For sure. Yeah, but you are not Mount Everest. You're a human being. And it's so easy to sit in your depression. Rest is radical in this ableist, productivity-obsessed society. I completely agree, sadly. Do you know what's really fucked up? The only time I feel like I deserve to read is when I'm at my mum's, because I can actually shut my brain off. Like when I'm at home, because I work from home, it is so hard for me to read. I'm going to try again tonight, but it's so hard because I just associate this space with working. It's so hard. Do you feel more comfortable there? I feel rested and less lonely. But
Boy!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Cosmic Quibble.
hey, 3 months to Cosmic? Thank you, Anon.
The disenchantment of nature, demystifying the world in order to understand and to increasingly have some control over it. We understand physics to build machines and infrastructure, understand the elements, control diseases with medicines, study geology and use minerals, design blueprints, rationalize.
I guess being like, this is what I do for a job, and so sometimes there's not really a different space because I'm always thinking about work. Streaming is a blessing and a curse.
Transport networks and so on. But postmodernity questions this control. How much have we really tamed the world? Neoliberalism and digital financial markets means capital moves quickly and unpredictably around the planet through stock markets. Governments have little control over global prices and investments. Banks pretend to be in control, but the 2008 crash proved
I'll
otherwise.
let you know when I get one.
Iraq and Afghanistan proved that the US is not in control of international affairs as much as it thought. In a post-truth world, facts are constantly up for dispute. A pandemic reminded us that we're not...
Freddie, are you really a free market capitalist? To think, I timed you out and then untimed you out, and you're in my chat being like, no, the free market functions as intended. What competition are you talking about that exists in the free market as it exists right now? Because what I am seeing is multinational corporations merging and acquiring anything that is deemed competition. Hey, have you met this little company called Amazon? The one that I'm on right now. Do you know how Amazon works? The freedom to compete in the free market? Yes. Well, unfortunately, that would have been great back in the day when resources were relatively evenly distributed. But now we've got a point where resources are quite unevenly distributed. That's right. We have billionaires and very fucking poor people. Now, if you think that poor people have the same capacity to compete in a fucking market as a fucking billionaire has to compete in a free market, you are absolutely fucking delusional. What the actual fuck? Amazon is a publicly traded company. Oh my God, I'll go invest my $5, shall I? And I'm sure, like, I'm competing in the free market. That's insane. Hot Cross Bunny weren't here before when I had to have the... Yeah.
Not in control as disease as we think, and everywhere we have to go through the world giving up our own individual control to experts on topics we don't know anything about. We get onto planes without knowing how they function. We use phones without knowing how they work.
It's just a man who did economics at university take. That's all it is. It's just the economic bro take, right? Free market capitalism is basically textbook economics that is delivered as fact in university. I could be wrong, but...
We listen to scientists and experts and put our trust in them, or not. In other words, we're bombarded with even more of those stoic externals, the things outside of our control. The sociologist Zygmunt Bauman writes that the dominant sentiment is now the feeling of a new type of uncertainty.
Access to competition in the free market is not distributed evenly across the globe. It's just not. And if you think that it is functioning as intended, you would be fucking wrong. We would have so many cures for cancer right now. But the reality is, companies are not competing for like the benefit of society. They are competing for profit. What is profitable? Curing cancer is not the most profitable thing that can happen. Therefore, it is not prioritized by the free market. It's just... I'm letting my dog out to pee. You guys can continue this conversation. It's just fucking... Come on. Oh my God, he did the meme. He literally did the meme. You critique society, yet you also participate in it. I am very smart.
Not limited to one's own luck and talent, but concerning as well the future shape of the world, the right way of living in it, and the criteria by which to judge the rights and wrongs of the way of living. Combine all of this with falling living standards, stagnant wages for decades, rising inequality, and a period of unprecedented technological and social disruption, and we have some explanation as to why neo-Stoicism is everywhere.
Yeah, like Kik went and made their own streaming service, right? With all of their free market money that they made. Off what exactly? Interesting. I wonder if the money that pays for Kik was made of something that is like super beneficial to society. Maybe it is. Perhaps.
With so much change going on, it might feel like we know as little about what to expect about what's coming up in our world as the Romans.
Actually, I take it back. Here's the hot take. Right? Gambling companies are actually good because they present fallible human beings with the chance to rise above and test their own sense of control. It's a gift, really.
About theirs. But at the same time, the new media landscape means that more and more people have access to philosophy and new ideas more than ever.
Kik absolutely buys all their hosting from Amazon because Amazon is the only place that you can buy like that sort of like streaming server space or whatever it is. AWS. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if Stoicism was one of the first philosophical systems and...
Oh, and Twitch don't care because they're profiting. Not Twitch. Amazon doesn't care because they're profiting. We love the guise of competition.
One of the simplest, maybe we're seeing the beginning of a great interest in philosophy, a new, widespread philosophical renaissance. Defenders will say that the Stoics didn't actually advocate resignation from life. They were active participants in the world. They were explorers, they wrote books, they built philosophical schools, and they were emperors.
Honestly, I think it's just a bunch of men who wanted a community. And they were like, maybe we should make our community something super meaningful. Like the fact that we're all different and we all have the ability to be indifferent because we're different. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my dog to come in so my office doesn't get really cold because my apartment is really cold, but I can't turn on my big heater because I've got something on the air conditioning unit outside because I couldn't be bothered taking it to the bin. Because I'm just a girl. And it was really heavy and it smelled bad and I didn't want to do it. Freddie, I'm ignoring you for the rest of the night.
But that's not my point. The point is, of course, that it is impossible to resign from life. And their philosophical system reflects that that's a contradiction in it. That's not to say that they shouldn't be read, studied, engaged with, that they had some useful insights. But we should remind ourselves that...
It's the same as reading Freud when you're studying psychology, basically.
Stoicism was a philosophy of despair, adopted by an elite cabal of bickering...
I mean, the education system is profit-driven, but that's a different conversation.
And brutal Bronze Age warlords who believed in goddesses of fate. They weren't modern. They had no understanding of science, of change, of progress, of what is possible in the world. In short, Stoicism was one of our first attempts at philosophy. Thank you as always.
We just started thinking as humans. That was a pretty interesting video. It spurred a lot. It spurred a lot of interesting conversations, in my opinion. Like, it really did. It was cool. I feel like I did a very good job too. I was funny. I was witty. I was smart. I dealt with trolls. Oh my God, I'm feeling so good about myself. Even though I am dressed as Freddy Krueger, apparently. Well, you know what, chat? Maybe. This is the first stream I have felt good about myself in a very long time. That wasn't my celebration on the weekend, but like normal content, so. I think I'm going to have to go to my mum's more often because, yeah. Thanks, Arbelin. Yeah, Famus. That was the deepest part of the stream. What were you celebrating? The fact that I've been doing this for 7 years, then it pays my bills, and occasionally I bring people joy or a sense of community. I'm new and have been lurking since Julia rated. It's been lovely to listen. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Geeky reader. I'm going to put that in my pocket and read it later. That's so nice. It is singing time. I'll give you half an hour of songs. Can we start with Taylor Swift? It's only 2 days to a new album. Not a moose.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to geeky_reader.
That's so nice. Thank you for the gifted sub. Anyway, at the end of my streams, I sing because usually my brain is burnt out and this makes me feel better.
Make sure nobody sees you leave. Hood over your head, keep your eyes down. Tell your friends you're out for a run. You'll be flushed when you return. Take the road less traveled by. Tell yourself you can always stop. What started in beautiful rooms ends with meetings in parking lots. And that's the thing about illicit affairs and clandestine meetings and longing stares. They're born from just one single glance, but it dies and it dies and it dies a million little times. Leave the perfume on the shelf that you picked out just for him, so you leave no trace behind, like you don't even exist. Take the words for what they are, a dwindling mercurial high, a drug that only worked the first few hundred times. And that's the thing about illicit affairs and clandestine meetings and stolen stares. They show their truth one single time, but they lie and they lie and they lie a million little times. And you wanna scream, don't call me kid, don't call me baby. Look at this godforsaken mess that you made me. You showed me colors you know I can't see with anyone else. Don't call me kid, don't call me baby. Look at this idiotic fool that you made me. You taught me a secret language I can't speak with anyone else. And you know damn well, for you I would ruin myself a million little times.
Hi, my puggies. Also, Sim5, thank you so much for the $10 dues. I can absolutely sing Wicked Game for ya. Or at least my version of. Oh, thanks you guys. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. I accept your compliments. I'm really good at accepting compliments. Thank you. Thank you. I believe you, actually. So much. I do. I believe you. No, for fuck's sake.
But let's just say you white. Let's say it's on which either Vish P pay the T taxes. W which is bull. T but okay. Or the Vish orgon you have to wise the prices of the goods/services that they provide. So in the end, the average Joe Style who ends up paying for it. AKA the consumer.
You could search the world and never find such good goop.
Smixel social, smixel social, smixel social.
Dinah, thank you for the 50 months and the sneaky tier 3 and tasty lol. Any tips for accepting compliments?
Search the world and never find such good
A hype tween? For me, my puggy's 39 months and a sneaky tier 3 as well. My goodness. And no, that was just a copy paste of Freddie's message with a little bit of uwu. With a little bit of uwu just to provide some context, you know. Not a copy pasta. You can just uwuify anything, you know. That's, yeah. Chat, feel free to keep giving me money if you want, but I'm going to mute alerts for the hype train while I sing this.
The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. What a wicked game to play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you, and I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, nobody loves no one.
I made so much of that up. This song was composed in something called Bedouin, an ancient Greek harmonial compositional style. It's so interesting. Cam and Dinah, oh my god, we're edging a hype train? 10 subs for me? Jesus Christ. I'm rich, I'm retiring, I'm buying a castle in Scotland. Thank you so much for supporting me in my retirement. That's so nice. Wow, thank you so much, you guys. Wow, now we can edge a whole nother level? Let me pick a song. Oh my god, Samus! Great stream, great fun. Can I please request My Island Home? You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Buy yourself a cute outfit too. Might just do that. Lyrics. I don't know if I know it. It's gonna be made up, Samus. I hope it's okay.
6 years I've been in the city. Every night I dream of the sea. They say home is where you find it. Will this place ever satisfy me? From the saltwater people, we always live by the sea. Now I'm down here living in the city without my family. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. Wind blows from the hills across the plain. I close my eyes and I'm standing on a boat on the sea again. Oh, I'm holding a long turtle spear. I feel I'm close now to where it must be. And my own home is waiting for me.
I'm so sorry. I don't know it very well.
Here I come. The saltwater people always live by the sea. Now I'm
Sorry, I really do only know the chorus. Sorry. Thank you for the request, though. This is a very hard edge. This is a very hard edge. It's a failed edge. It was a hard edge. It's a failed edge. But chat, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. And thank you, Tinu, for the 500 bits as well. Too generous. Thank you so much. Or success, depending on who you ask. You're all disasters. Once upon a time, the planets and the fates and all the stars aligned. You and I ended up in the same room at the same time, and a touch of a hand lit the fuse of a chain reaction of counter moves to assess the equation of you. Checkmate, I couldn't lose. What if I told you none of it was accidental, and the first night that you saw me nothing was gonna stop me? I laid the groundwork, and then just like clockwork the dominoes cascaded in a line. What if I told you I'm a mastermind, and now you're mine? It was all by design, 'cause I'm a mastermind. You see, all the wisest women had to do it this way, 'cause we were born to be the pawns in every lover's game. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Strategy sets the scene for the tale. I'm the wind in our free-flowing sails, and the liquor in our cocktails. What if I told you none of it was accidental, and the first night that you saw me I knew I wanted your body? I laid the groundwork, and then just like clockwork the dominoes cascaded in a line. What if I told you I'm a mastermind, and now you're mine? It was all by design, 'cause I'm a mastermind. No one wanted to play with me as a little kid, so I've been scheming like a criminal ever since, to make them love me and make it seem effortless. This is the first time I felt the need to confess, and I swear I'm only cryptic and Machiavellian 'cause I care. So I told you none of it was accidental, and the first night that you saw me nothing was gonna stop me. I laid the groundwork, and then saw a wide smirk on your face. You knew the entire time. You knew that I'm a mastermind, and now you're mine. Yeah, all you did was smile, 'cause I'm a mastermind. Not an on, thank you for the 1313. Johnny, thank you for the 7 gifted subs. And Cam, I can probably throw in Sweet Nothing, although now that it got put on the denial playlist, Mad World, I would love to sing Mad World for you. Are you okay if it's the acoustic my version? All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races.
it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world. Mad world.
Thanks, Not a Nun. I hope that was okay.
I spy with my little tie-dye, tiny as a firefly, a pebble that we picked up last July. Down deep inside your pocket, we almost forgot it. Does it ever mess with clothes sometimes? They say the end is coming, everyone's up to something. I find myself running into your sweet nothings. Outside they're pushing, shoving, you're in the kitchen humming. All that you ever wanted from me was sweet nothing. On the way home, I wrote a poem. You say, what am I? This happens all the time. Cause they say the end is coming, everyone's up to something. I find myself running into your sweet nothings. Outside they're pushing, shoving, you're in the kitchen humming. All that you ever wanted from me was sweet. Industry disruptors and soul deconstructors and smooth talking hucksters are glad handling each other, and the voices that implore you should be doing more. To you I can admit that I'm just too soft for all of it. They say the end is coming, everyone's up to something. I find myself running into your sweet nothings. Outside they're pushing, shoving, you're in the kitchen humming. All that you ever wanted from me was sweet nothing.
She didn't want nothing. She wanted more than nothing. Oh, God. I feel like I'm going to get fucking eaten on Friday. Like, for real. I'm ready. Oh, Taylor Swift's album. Tasty. Comes out on Friday. Yes. Sorry. Forgot I might have to explain that to the non-chronically Taylor Swift fans. I thought it was some event I forgot about. No event. Just Taylor Swift. It's going to be my whole personality that day. Sorry. All right, what's the time? You can have one more. I would like to sing. Oh, that's wholesome, Cam.
Stars in my eyes, hiking up Griffin, thinking about what was said and what didn't get said in the Midwest. Wish I could tell you now. I wrote you a note, but I didn't send it, 'cause that's the best method the women here taught me about. What you don't really understand, I've got magic in my hand, stars in my eyes. I'm a different kind of woman. If you want some basic bitch, go to the Beverly Center and find her. I'm sweet, If you wanna go where nobody goes, that's where you'll find me, in the sweet North Country. If I'm not there, come to my house on Genesee.
This bit.
What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out a lot, not talking about the stuff that's at the very heart of things. Do you want children? Do you want to marry me? Do you want to run marathons in Long Beach by the sea? I've got things to do like nothing at all. I want to do them with you. Do you want to do them with me? If you want someone, then just call me up and remember where I'll be. Sweet in bare feet, you can find me where no one will be. If I want somewhere in the northern heart of the valley, in the sweet North Country, if I'm not there, come to my house on Genesee.
Hey. There's some D's. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Let me unmute alerts and unreverb myself. Let's go find somebody to raid, shall we? I have fairy porn to read. Thanks, Famis. Thanks, you guys. Thanks. I hope it balanced out the philosophy. Somewhat. What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out a lot, not talking about the stuff. It's great to meet you too, Gigi. I'm so glad that you had a nice time here. I'm back tomorrow. We'll be doing the same thing, but it's history night. When we might do Scotland, because I am going there, and it's half my personality. So I might, if you've got like more Scotland videos, we can maybe do a few tomorrow. I also have so much to do. I have to go to 2 different post office. I have to go do an errand for my dad. I've got a list. I've got to go to Mecca and pick up my beauty box. I've got to get the raincoat. No, I know which raincoat I'm getting, but I don't know if I have to order it online or not. Such a good stream tonight. Thank you so much. Whatever Moxie you had tonight was just amazing. I think it's called visiting my mother. I should probably do it for 2 days in a row more often. I don't think I can relax in one night. It's too much driving. But over 2 days, I can. So I drive out and I get 2 nights at my mum's. And I think that's really important, even though like I'm not going to be able to do it coming up because I'm too busy. Where's my calendar? Also, can you guys witness, just real quick, can you guys witness my home screen and the glory that I turned it into? It's so aesthetically pleasing and I just want you to witness it because it took me a very long time. Thank you. Yeah, don't worry about hearing me, it doesn't matter. I was just showing you what I did to my phone. Calendar. Yeah, I might be able to go for 2 days next week, potentially. But I also said to my dad that I would drive him to the airport. I don't know how next week's gonna go. Fuck my life. I don't know. But yeah, I think the 2 days at my mom's it's just revitalizing. I was reborn in a bath, you know? What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out a lot, not talking about the stuff that's at the very heart of things. Do you want children? Do you want to marry me? Do you want to run marathons in Long Beach by the sea? In a bath. PPG, a bath, not a bar. I didn't drink. My mum offered me a wine and I said no. It's called Sweet. It's by Lana Del Rey. What you doing with your life? Do you think? I just sang it. Do you contemplate where we came from? Oh, where should I throw you, chat? Well, maybe I should throw you to Hexsteph, who is playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I'm jealous because I would love to play Red Dead Redemption 2, but that will have to wait until I have a computer that can do it, which will happen hopefully before the end of the financial year, but you never know. She's role-playing on it? See, that's so fun. All right, let's do that. Chat, thank you so much. Thank you for hitting the goals tonight. I'm so grateful. That is way too kind. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me in my hunt for the perfect castle. No, but for real. Be good to yourselves, everybody. Drink some water. Take your pills if you've forgotten. My poggies, it was good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, tasty. Really? That's so fucking sneaky. I think I got quiet promoted while on vacation. That's fucked up, man. Unless it came with a pay raise. That's so... that's so fucked up. What? Oh, God. I swear to God. Software. Oh, you poor software coders. I swear to God. Ew. Ew, they're regaining control. That's disgusting. Ugh. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not a coder. Did I know that? You work in tech though, right? I do the other kind of IT. Well, I was half right. I'm just a girl. Bye.